Okay, hello, welcome. Today we'll be playing some more Ultimate General Civil War. Hello, Markel, welcome. Yes, it was absolutely insane. Unfortunately, there is no way to fix the difficulty up. So instead, you're gonna have to restart campaign, but it's good because we are not that far in. Should be able to beat it fairly quick. And I'm gonna have to, unfortunately, pick the Brigadier or Colonel. Yeah. Hey, Kikis, welcome. Yeah, gonna have to do it. Hello, Super Cheese. Because this mod is actually absolutely insane, I just cannot deal with it. I examined my saves from earlier, like when I played it single player by myself, and I was able to beat it, the mod and the standard difficulty. However, on stream, I just cannot handle it, because what I would do is I would like load the game a bunch of times, because I'm fine with that when I'm playing the game. Like, I will play the battle, lose, and then load it and try to min-max it, but that's not enjoyable for streaming, so we're gonna have to pick something that I can beat while keeping the pace going, you know? Hello, Lettington, welcome. And since you are all here, I'm actually gonna thank you for participating in my little survey, because it's important for me to know what you value the most about streams in general. So I think that's an interesting take on it, and it looks like people have already expressed some opinions, so I'm quite fond of that. So let's pick the trades again. Gonna do logistics, medicine, politics, confederacy, colonel. And let's start. Okay, this is the same mission of the Potomac Fort. I'm gonna read it again, I think. General, your first assignment is to secure a small coastal fort at this bank of the Potomac River. I'll be cheering against you. Okay, that's fair. But it's a war game, it's not a politics game. Your vanguard must hurry up and eliminate the Union batteries while the fort is lightly guarded. The Federals have been alerted and gather forces to block the river passage in front of you. Additionally, enemy regiments have been spotted marching along this road. Advance fast and gain ground before the fort is heavily reinforced, or else your task will be much harder. The rest of your troops will join you in about half an hour. Okay, users will hope to you lose if you play as the French in a game. Yeah, I think that's correct. It's fine. No hard feelings. Okay, so what you'll do first is let's pick the slow speed. Gonna send the skirmishers and both of our infantry, not divisions, these are brigades over here, and let's send the general as well. He can tank a few shots. Our cavalry gonna have to go there as well, but don't go directly into the trees because you'd get shot, and any casualties on the cavalry is gonna be really bad. And we will be also naming divisions after people, I think. So if you want to be put as a division commander or brigade commander, you can actually submit the put me in the game. So we will do it, but only after we actually get to the army management screen. So I'm gonna try to keep tabs on who redeemed it. I think for now we will have like 4 divisions, or I'm confusing this. It's not freaking divisions, it's brigades. 4 brigades. Or maybe 5. I'm not sure how many we will be able to get. Speed it up a little bit. Try to scout the forest. I'm really confused that we don't see any skirmishers yet. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. North Cop division would have to be cow cavalry. That's fine. Sure, we can come up with something. We lost a few guys. Let's try to run them down. Shot. Cowboy division. send these guys over there. This skirmish can keep going. Fine. First Yeehaw. I can end on that if you want. Okay. It's like we lost a few cavalrymen, but overall it's not bad. I think it's gonna trigger Letterington though, we shouldn't really make any references to anything. No, I'm joking. Good. Leave it up to Mord, yeah. Okay, let's go back. There's an enemy unit. These guys will try to relieve their friends. Particle wants to be in the game, okay. Fine, we can do it. So let's keep shooting the bad people, and we will have to reposition these. Longhorn Brigade. You need to remind me, keep these names in mind when we create the divisions, freaking brigades. I'm gonna have to reposition this infantry unit. Well, this one, we need to keep our distance. And that is because I really cannot go close. They could charge us, it would be really bad. Let's hope these guys stop. So cavalry, just send them over here. Okay, they are not stopping. Now we get reinforcements. Yankees seem determined to defend the fort. We've got reinforcements and supplies. Use them wisely, General. Okay. Send the infantry brigade forward. We have 2 more. That should be plenty. And supplies. Cavalry needs to be kept somewhere over here. I don't think their skirmisher unit actually completely routed. They might still be around. And these guys have cover. Move back a little bit. The people of that farm are probably pretty angry. You shot through the house, yeah. These guys. I think they would probably vacate the area if the battle was taking place nearby them though. So they shouldn't really be there anymore. If they know what's good for them, that is. They'll certainly take casualties here. We cannot allow the infantry to reach the fort, if possible. It would be really bad. But cavalry is not really well suited to fight infantry blocks like this. Let's try to intercept this unit. And we should get the reinforcements pretty soon. These guys will make it back, I think. Gonna be a little bother. Let's take this unit, move it to the flank. Last time I actually used the cavalry to go in and snipe the artillery, which might have been a viable thing to do. But I really don't want to lose many of them because they will be incredibly useful in the next phase of the battle. Okay. Cavalry is just running all over the place. Skirmishers, I'm gonna send them here as well. These guys take position there. And maybe we send the cavalry after one of the units if it routes. I really would prefer not to. But we need to eradicate every single unit, because otherwise they will pull them together with their own units in the army management screen. So we would just get 3 units from this battle, which we really don't need. Would make the game even more insane than it already is. The artillery is shooting the skirmishers, that's actually fine. I actually want that to happen. Now they will have the forest, so it could be a bother. Send the cavalry around. supplies there. And let's take 2 units, send them to this field. Just march them. Running them would be pretty bad. So after these guys take another shot, might be able to charge in there. 180. I think I'm gonna try it. Not bad so far. I expect like 5 losses maybe. If they surrendered, that would be great. Okay, they just disintegrated. It's also fine. Take another unit. Send it here. Also only march. Send a general. This unit has to guard the forest, and this one can march forward as well. There is another unit of like 200 men somewhere in here. So we will definitely have to intercept that. Yeah, they are there. They have recovered their morale, at least slightly. Go in, surround and execute. And in here we will wait until we have all the strength there. That's 300 right there. These guys are still out of condition. Horrible. For meleeing, that's the most decisive thing. So how do you deal with these guys? Keep shooting them, should be fine. Take a few shots from them as well. Cavalry just insists that it wants to retreat from the vicinity. Now we should be able to wipe the floor with them. Come on. Let's head out. They surrendered. That's actually great. That's what we want to see. Next up. Oh, there are skirmishers. Makes sense. Also, there are another unit of skirmishers. Let's just keep advancing. I think we should be fine. If any of our units head out, we can just recover with the general. Infantry isn't really that valuable at this point. I need to preserve the cavalry, most of all things. And as is usual, the boots on the ground are gonna have to take the brunt of the assault. Run them. Time for slow advance is over. Use the cavalry on the skirms. Give melee. Getting shot by the canister, that's not great. Where is our cavalry? Send it into the fort. Skirmishers disintegrated, right? No, they are still there. These two guys go forward. Don't need to deal with the infantry as well. They are routed, but they are still a presence. Our freaking infantry brigade was routed by meleeing skirmishers. They suck. Okay. Deal with the skirmishers. That artillery unit is trying to retreat. Miles surrendered. Good. Let's go around. That unit is dead. And to cover it, I need them to fight exclusively cannon. Infantry should deal with that infantry. Now we can actually overrun. Yeah, good. So that's it. Let's capture the fort. And overall not bad. We managed to capture 3 units. Quite good. Overall, how many is that? 129, 147, 80. Yeah. It's gonna yield us some extra recruits. Yeah, this unit took a beating. Oh. Hello friendly computer, sorry for the commercial. I have them enabled on the minimal setting possible. And we are using that to fund the marble races. What god, that's a sarcastic battle cry. Yeah, Adblock would solve that for you. I won't frown on that. Use minimal ads too, yeah. The fort has served our purpose for some time and has prevented the enemy supply ships from passing this section of the river. But now the Union is on the offensive. Ironclads approach to bombard us. Federal infantry has disembarked west of the fort and is moving to attack. Doesn't mean I'm gonna like it. None, yeah. Everybody hates ads, I also hate ads. We've called for help and more troops will arrive shortly to support the defense. It is advised to deploy some skirmishers along the ridge west of the fort to delay the Yankee advance. We need to buy time for our fort's batteries to counterfire and disable the ironclads. General, hold your ground at all costs. You must prove today that the rebellion has a strong foundation and that he will fight for every inch of southern soil. Put me in the game. I will put you in the game once we get the army management screen. Okay, start firing at the ironclads. Subtracting skirmishers from our units is actually a horrible idea. We shouldn't do it, but put our units that actually have some strength there. And this one, put it there. Call him friendly. I will. I'm gonna figure out a naming system for my army because I like to keep things organized, as you might imagine. I was watching a video that said the opposite. It's gonna be fine. This is our army. We can do what we want. Touching skirmishers was a good idea. No, it wasn't. It's a horrible idea. As always, the game doesn't really know itself, so it might work in some situations, but definitely not here. It would be really bad. Several Confederate Brigade. Need to keep these names in mind so we can actually name them later. Yeah, the unit count is fine, but it's not only about that. The skirmishers will take a lot of casualties, and if you subtract the skirmishers from a regular infantry block, they will just have their weapons, they will not have the rifles, which means they will not have higher range. Means they will have to go into very close range to actually be able to shoot, which will make them a big target. And the enemy loves to charge them with cavalry and everything, so that could result in some pretty painful situations. And you want to preserve as many units as possible because these are actually gonna be incredibly useful, you will keep them around, so any casualties we take extra is just useless. And in this situation, why not just let them advance? Because if they do, what they are going to do, they are gonna sit right here and take shots to the face from the fort. So the game really spews out nonsense. You shouldn't detach skirmishers here. We have plenty of time to shoot the ironclads. Also, let's take a look at the situation. So they have 2 artillery units there. There is an infantry brigade and another one. For now, just keep shooting. And we'll wait for our moment. But now we can actually capture their supply, because they have moved their force too much forward. They will also have a general, so we could snipe him. Okay, this unit is trying to go back now. They feel threatened. Let's disable firing. So how are we doing on the Ironclad? It has 34 men left. The supply is captured. Try to snipe the general, and the supply has to take a long way around. 30 men left. Fine. And yes, let's try to destroy their general. It's gonna be helpful. It's not like we can really destroy the cannon just yet. They have this unit. It really is fine. Lure him into the corner. I will enable shooting. Yeah, it is. Then we'll snipe their artillery. They are attempting a charge, but that shouldn't really work. It might be a good idea to switch canister shot on that, but I don't think it's gonna be necessary. Might as well just deal with the Ironclads. They didn't even have enough stamina to rush in. Old man. Okay, we have another unit. Send it to this farm. Slowly, we don't need them right away. If you kill the general, they will not have him, which means they cannot buff morale around the general, which is his ability. Passive one. It's just for that reason, because that can be really obnoxious, because the AI has a lot of retreating units a lot of the time, so if you just make them a route longer, it's incredibly valuable. They should take a lot of losses, even if without our artillery. Do we have more? Yes, there is another unit. Send it there, and supplies. Put our cavalry there. Now they try to kill everything there. If I go after this, they might still use this unit to turn around and shoot us. So I would prefer them to actually commit, which they might do soon. Let's give them a moment. So let the AI make the bad decisions. If you can, just wait and see what they do. It usually isn't something it's beneficial for them. Also, this routing unit might very well shoot our cavalry, and that is enough men that it would inflict a lot of losses. So we just cannot go in just yet. In the meantime, we are chipping away at the Ironclad. And I think I'm gonna rush these units over here. We shoot from the field, we should still have higher cover. Yeah, their infantry are covered there. Now they are sending them away. Hello Zara, welcome. Does artillery actually do anything, or is it there just for flavor? It does something. It depends how close you are to the artillery. So if they are far away, they will shoot round shot, and the round shot is actually going to inflict some losses. Usually it's it takes down the number of men slightly, so it's like -6 per volley if you have 10 cannon. But if they are close, they will actually shoot canister shot. And that can kill like 30 soldiers, 40 soldiers per volley from 10 cannon. And these are the worst cannons. So once you get up to like a really powerful advanced cannon, especially the howitzers, their canister shot just becomes insane. There are two kinds of artillery. There is cannon for long range counter artillery fire, and then there is howitzer, which specializes in canister shot. They are rushing in. Okay, now it's our chance. And they are even trying this. Okay, fine with that. Kill their cannon. This should hold. How about the ironclad? It's still getting whittled down. 30 men left on that artillery unit. Okay, let's go immediately after the other one. And these guys should get overrun. They made a dire mistake. This is a big melee. Let's go in with our general again. We need to buff up the morale. Pursue. Come on, don't disengage. Yeah, this unit is routing, that's dangerous. I need to kill the cannon before that happens. Okay, it's done. I cannot go into that. That would cause a lot of cavalry losses. GG, almost. It's not over yet. We need to disintegrate every single unit. Otherwise they will get them for free. Be added to their army pool. Nobody escapes. Still the ironclads haven't been taken out, so... Fine. I think we are doing very well. Let's pin this unit down if we can. And yeah, keep shooting at these guys. Cavalry, just keep them around there. Thanks. Now let's send this unit out. I need to pin this. Unfortunately, I cannot do it very well. Looks like they might have a slight advantage even on us. Let's just keep it here. If they try to advance on the open field, I can use this unit to buff them up. The ironclad will be down soon. When that happens, the real carnage will start. Go into that forest. Go here. And this unit here to this farm. And yes, artillery will now focus. You can leave them on auto targets, that's fine. I think I should actually use the cavalry to help out with this unit. It took a lot of casualties from that. They want to meet up with their other units. What's happening? Okay, let's go back slightly. Over here, just go to the maximum extent of that cover. And if they want to shoot into the forest, that's completely fine. That's actually what we want. So they will try to meet up with their other forces again, most likely. Send this unit here. Try to cut them off. They have skirmishers. How's this looking? Okay, there is a charge. Not confident we can hold that off. Oh, they stopped, okay. We find them. It's going to take a shot at them. Killer should shoot. They have the capability to do it. Yeah, just reload and keep shooting them. That worked out. Let's advance a little bit. Yeah, okay. Now it's time. You'll take some losses on the cavalry, but at this point in the battle they need to be used, I think, if you want to mob them up quickly. They lost only a few. They killed 472 and lost 26. It's actually pretty good in terms of KD. That unit disintegrated. And the cavalry over. I would like to capture some more units, but it's not worth losing any men because of it. Just shooting them up is the safest solution. Should have actually moved the cannon closer. We do canister shot because I'm pretty sure they are doing round shot. Let's take a look. No, that's a canister shot. They're trying to melee again. I don't think that's gonna work very well for them. Good. Yeah, immediately out. We need to close the trap. That unit is gone. Move closer. Infantry unit, move them. I think I'd like to separate this unit from the rest. Means hold there and cavalry can try to swoop in. Surrender? Yes, good. Continue pushing. This unit also got destroyed. Just shoot them. Fine. It's really just skirmishers, we should rush in. But they might disintegrate. Yeah, they did. I think we should wait for another volley. Okay. So, good. It was a victory. We lost 1,000 and they lost 3,300. That's basically their entire army. The rest should be also 600 captured. Good. Take a look at officers. Nobody died. Promotion and goods. We have captured 1,000 Springfields. 42s, 125 Springfield 55s, over 6-pounders, and that's about it. We rescued some weapons from our own losses. You should curb that a little bit. We'll have timer visible. Oh, sorry for that. I'm gonna have to disable it. I don't think we should root for either faction, really. War. Yeah, 53,000 cash, 3,400 recruits, and we got extras for the prisoners. Take a look at our carry points. I'm gonna do army organization and army. First, this is gonna be our first infantry. Take a look at weapons. It's gonna have to be 42s. Oh shit, looking, yeah, exactly. So who did redeem anything? Looks like you wanted to be in the game. You wanted to be friendly. We had some other redemption super cheese. Cowboy division. Should be probably cavalry unit actually. You can let me know, I totally forgot the names you were suggesting. Yeah, you'll have to let me know. You can name all of these. You gotta create a cavalry unit. Skirmishers or infantry, it's fine. We have some infantry free right here. Palmetto, let's create. It's expensive, okay. I'm gonna have to think about that. Hey Morris, welcome. Okay, and then we'll need a captain. So I have 2 majors here, so let's assign that. We have some Springfields. Why don't we drop some rookies into this unit? This one's gonna be 2nd infantry, I think. Or do we do guards? I think we can order some Mississippi rifles. Yes, we can. We should do guard unit. So who wants to be the guard unit? I think Super Cheese redeemed something, but it was Cowboy Division. The Cowboy Division is gonna be the cavalry. Do we have any other suggestions? You're gonna have to let me know. Okay, so we captured some cannon. What was the cavalry? Yeah, we'll do that. Not mind being any division. So we make you first guard. Does it display everything? No. Yes. I'm gonna give you some better rifles. If you make them veteran, that would cost me an arm and a leg. So they will have to start with rookies, but we'll make them good eventually. Morris redeemed, put me in the game. Don't have a name yet, I need to think of one. We actually need a name for an artillery brigade, so that would be beneficial if you could think of one. Okay, we have 56,000 left. I'm gonna take a look at the armory. And let's take a look at skirmisher weapons. I'm gonna buy up all the Whitworth. Scoped variant, of course. And let's take a look at artillery. We have some 24-pounder howitzers. Let's buy them up. They will be useful later. For now we cannot really use them, but they are gonna be so good. Mortaris. No, not bad. Yeah. Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna buy parrots as well for cannon. And yeah, let's make them so. So veterans. I'd like to keep the artillery veteraned up, I think. Yeah, it's good. Okay, and then we'll create a cavalry brigade. I think I'm gonna pile a bunch of recruits into it though. I don't really want to spend all our money on it. How much would it cost us? 29,000, yeah, that's like everything. Do we do it? No. Let's do 200, let's do the minimum amount. Be the bestest cannon ever. Yeah, you are howitzers, so you'll do pretty well. Take a look at rookies. 26,000, it still costs me a lot What's our armory and rifle department? We have some rifles left. What I would like to do actually is create a militia brigade by equipping them with very cheap rifles like the farmer or reward farmer, because these actually have very high melee capability. So I would use them as essentially a buffer for my really important units, because it's like inevitable you will take casualties, but if it can be helped, you should take casualties on really trash units. So meat shields, but I cannot afford meat shields, which is very sad. How do we deal with it? If we do veterans horsemen, yeah, we couldn't even equip the whole unit. Maybe we don't necessarily need the cavalry to be up just yet. We'd create a new division and create a skirmisher unit. So I'm just gonna do it. If they are militia, do they need rifles, or can you give them wooden cudgels and bang very loudly? You cannot do that, but you can give them pretty crap weapons. But we don't have the crap weapons even, so it's gonna be a problem. Let's do some veterans for them, and then we'll buff it up with some rookies. Cannot even make it a full unit. We could sell some rifles, but I don't really think we should. Yeah, let's not waste our money on that. That would be horrible. So let's go career, or rather battle map. Following the Battle of Potomac Ford, the enemy is threatening us more than ever, but his army is also exhausted. I believe it's time now to strike him down with all our forces. We are in need of reinforcements and more advanced weapons to continue harassing Marek's army. Sir, I beg you to provide the needed support, and I promise I will deliver victory. Captured message. We have excellent news, sir. Congress has approved a levy of 2,200 fresh recruits to enforce your army. You will soon have enough men to fight back Marek. Okay. Goes to battle at $78. Yeah, their army has at least 31,000 men. Let's take a look at our army. I think we have like 4,000 something. It's really not good. Okay, it's like, yeah. I should spend the $78 on supply actually. No, don't load the game. Save the game. And then let's do Newsport News. The Union is aggressively attempting to secure areas in Virginia. Their armies are occupying several towns before the local militia could take up arms against them. The rebellion needs your assistance to defend a small town near Newport News. The Federals are approaching from multiple directions with superior forces. You must lend a portion of your troops and the local militia to repel the intruders. It's gonna be instrumental for our efforts. The reward for this. Heavy silver sliding down our pockets now. Yeah. I also need to rename the cavalry. It's supposed to be first. Yeah. Can we do that? Yes. I need to distinguish melee and range mounted skirmishers. Okay, take a look. Sir, it was very brave of you to refuse Lincoln's call to arms to join Confederacy's cause. The Union is trying desperately to convince the locals not to secede, and is attempting an investment of Virginia with military forces. So to defend this town, numerous Union infantry is approaching our town from this direction, northwest, north, and northeast. It is vital to protect the town and show the Yankees that we are not going to leave our lands undefended. Yeah, the river is going to be instrumental. The incoming Union forces are too strong. We cannot stop them, only delay them. So it is advised to deploy skirmishers in advance north the town to buy time for our reinforcements. Very bad idea. Again, the game doesn't know itself. Our cavalry scouts have returned from their reconnaissance mission and will assist your efforts. Gonna be some ranged skirmishers, or mounted skirmishers rather. Virginia local militia has been called up. You will receive infantry and artillery to counterattack. Until then, hold your ground. Okay, so what units do we pick? Artillery would be pretty good, but also cavalry could be pretty good. And split between the two. I think we'll do artillery, most likely. Yeah, our cavalry is not up to full numbers yet. Let's not worry about that. Infantry take positions in the town, and guard is gonna take positions here. Artillery is gonna take positions in the town square. General and supplies there. Have to bombard them. Yeah. Unfortunately, they will have superiority in every single category, be it infantry, cavalry, or artillery. So for now, you'll have to hold. This is a free unit. Should make the best use of it. But for now, they are gonna be only useful to send around and keep them here until such a moment presents itself when we can send them after their own artillery. But I do think in this mission they will actually have their own cavalry, which could be devastating to these because they are really bad at fighting in melee. Question is, how would we do if we just go into the town? Yeah, we have higher cover. We do that. Let's do that. What does cover work in town technically within the game? Yes, so let's talk about cover. Cover actually is represented on the left side, on the bottom. You can see when you click on an unit, it will have three bars. And actually the one on top, the red one, is if they have reloaded their shot. Then they have void, which is supply. Then you have morale, which decreases while taking casualties. Usually it decreases substantially in melee. Then you have cover, which is reflected by the terrain, be it buildings or fields or... is the screen cut off? Yeah, I think it's cut off. Thanks for letting me know. Where is it? The screen. Yeah. Yeah, so now you can see it. So there's the cover bar, and it's reflected by the terrain, which means buildings and trees and fields. Various things can provide varying degrees of cover. The best cover is heavy urban area or heavy forested area, and you want to keep your units in cover because that will reduce their casualties from ranged attacks, be it artillery or musket fire. And condition is their stamina basically, so they will deplete that as they move or even reload and fire or melee. All these things will deplete their stamina. And we should actually, yeah, let's reposition these guys slightly, like pivot them, and no, don't detach skirmishers, but trigger a guard mode. Hold position. I don't want them to shift, because if there is a unit that comes right here, they will try to shift like diagonally like that, and that would expose them from the flank. So just take it to the face, and you should hold until the reinforcements arrive. Our goal basically. Let's shift this a little bit forward. When the computer has redeemed, learn a word of choice and check. Go for it. Cavalry. That would be Yizda. Might be a little hard to swallow. Yizda. So I could like implement it into a sentence. Like you would have attack by cavalry. So that would be Jízdní útok. Útok being the attack. Those words are just completely different to English. Like not even a slight resemblance. And it looks like the Union actually does not want to approach us. Utok slightly resembles attack, does it? In my mind it's not really similar, but maybe you can see the subtle similarity. But the cavalry is just, yeah, easy dies. Nothing even close. So we have to hold out on 8 more minutes. The Union really doesn't feel confident approaching us early, so it's fine. Just hold position. I think I can hear them in the distance. They are definitely there. Okay, now we get our reinforcements. You did your best, General, to hold the Yankees. Our reinforcements arrived to teach them a lesson. Cavalry and supplies are on their way. Both of them, and then K. This is the T sound. Yeah. Okay, so what we'll do is rotate out our actually useful units that we have to equip ourselves and use the glorious militia, because militia actually is equipped by like the AI or the map, more likely. You can just use them to buff up your army and take casualties instead of you. It's actually very useful. Take this unit, send this into this forest, and this one needs to go on this flank. So let's send it there. We also got 2 units of free artillery, so let's pick one there, and the other one goes in here. We got a new general as well. And we should get some more cavalry scouts as well as supplies. Not sure I have to buy their own stuff, yeah, basically. And it comes from being a militia, right? So Super Cheese and Friendly are gonna have to let these guys take the brunt of that. They are bringing artillery and, yeah, several infantry brigades there. So let's just wait these guys for an opportune moment. Strike. Barrow has to go here. Actually, put these guys even more in the back, I think. I'm gonna also maybe rotate out my artillery for a useless militia artillery unit. I really don't want to take casualties. It can be helped. You go into the field. We have more militia. That is 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, I have one here. That's why we don't have that many. And they are sending some cavalry and other units. Okay. Let's go back slightly so we can actually fire properly. This artillery unit has to set up over here. This will get overrun by that, most likely. Actually fine. That's a big attack. Okay, let's push out with the infantry from the forest. Keep the general here. It's gonna be important our stuff doesn't rout too much. There is melee there as well. They've committed a lot of stuff, so this artillery should be exposed now, but I'm worried about their cavalry. Shoot the bad people. It looks like both sides routed there. This might be a problem if they recover. There was some canister. Pretty good. Not melee with our own stuff. Pretty bad actually, like the cavalry is gonna inflict some losses on us. It's pretty numerous. Depends. Yeah, they are routing. Okay, good. Destroy as many of them as we can. There we go, another side is getting threatened now. Gonna have to maybe send Evans there. I really don't want to. Send this there. Barto has to keep positions there. Good. These guys can keep shooting. They actually killed a lot already. Yeah, send them off with some canister. Get out reinforcements, but need to keep in mind that there are enemy units there. Flies as well. Can you shoot? Their cavalry is sort of stuck. I'm gonna just melee them, I think. Or start broken, yeah, absolutely. And they got destroyed. Yeah, they were routing, but sometimes it happens where the unit doesn't actually know what to do, and they will never, like, retreat. But there is a difference between being routed and shattered. So unless they are shattered, they will not actually leave the battlefield. Shoot and then melee. You take damage to the face, that's what you are here for. And I can hear a sound of charge. Yeah, they are sending some units to charge us here. Let's hope it doesn't work very well for them. Can we break them up with canister? Should be able to shoot off a ball as soon. After we put these, we have to reposition them. And this to start shooting at the infantry from behind. Send this here. They have plenty of artillery on the map. So that is quite dangerous. Our militia is routing. Well, fine, very much expected. Okay, yeah. Good. You guys actually don't have that much cover. Try to move them back. Try to rally the militia. This should be good. Casualties. Are we inflicting any losses? Slight losses. Let's go into this forest, I think. 600 is a lot. Cannot really deal with that in melee at all. Try to go into the forest. These guys need to go back. You go around. Now we have them in a good spot, I think. Should inflict plenty of losses. So yeah, you take better position right there. And over there. There's another artillery unit. Be addressed. Vincent, go back. Actually, they'll have a charge here. It's gonna be pretty painful if they reach the cannon. They could. Finish them off. I think that's gone, so let's move on. Yeah, they stopped dead in their tracks. Move there. Once they lose their artillery, we can just surround them, I think. We should be good. Might be struggling on supplies soon, because we cannot get them into the town, really. Now we actually have this road open. Let's do it. go back with the mounted skirmishers. And I think that's all of their artillery. What do we do now? Probably just skirmish. We try to use the militia if possible. They are trying to charge us. Let's capture the supply. Yeah, they are trying to melee. Supplies are ours. Okay, let's not overextend. If we go outside the town, they will get slaughtered. Don't want to lose them for free. Okay, it's a victory and we cannot even finish them off, but we managed to inflict a lot of losses. That's good, especially the artillery destruction. So in terms of supplies, we captured 209 Colts. That's better close combat cavalry, saber and pistol. And then some Springfield 42s will replenish our losses. And some sharps. Extra stuff. Now the only thing left that you can do is actually the big battle, which is gonna be the first Bull Run. It's gonna be pretty stressful. I cannot really do the army organization because it's not gonna allow me to get more men into my infantry, I don't think. Next level... yeah, it will just expand the core. I don't really mind that much. Instead, we should invest into politics. And the rewards did not change, so let's not bother. What about our cannon? I think we will want to just create this unit to be as large as possible. It's gonna cost 13,000, which is fine. If we do veterans, it would be 40. So, not viable, unfortunately. Maybe we can preserve at least the level up. $28,000. Gonna have to be done. Morris is gonna be small. Okay. Cavalry. Gonna drop them some recruits. Cheese needs to recover with veterans. So the guard gets proper stuff. Let's get some extra units into the infantry, and we need a colonel. Gonna just buy the cheapest one. And we'll have to create a new division. So let's do it. Gonna take skirmishers. 10,000. Does anyone want to be the skirmishers? You have the chance if you want to. And yeah, I don't think we need more units necessarily for the next battle, so we should preserve the rest of the stuff we have. But I'm gonna sink some money into supply. All of it. The recruits are gonna be kept. Fine. Let's take a look at our armory. Could even sell the sharps. I don't really want to. We have 12 pounders actually. Might have switched instead of buying the crappy artillery, but what it is. We wouldn't be able to get 24 cannon if we did that. So it might be better to just have numbers in the next mission. Do we have anyone that wants to be the skirmishers? You can use the put me in the game redemption. I'm gonna have to come up with a name though. Otherwise I'm just gonna name them myself. Eventually we'll give them with words. Correspondence. Dear Mr. President, please be informed that our corps is recuperating after the Battle of Newport News and will soon be able to advance and again face the enemy. We are steadily supplied with men and ammunition. I strongly believe that we can beat the enemy back. Captured message. After the Battle of Newport News, the necessity to strengthen our military presence in your area is greatly understood. 5,700 fresh recruits are already preparing to join your army in the next days. So they actually got more units from the last battle. Lord Commissar, yeah, I should. But I think the name would be too long for the game to handle. So yeah, Balaran is coming next. I'm just gonna have to take a quick break. I'm gonna be back in like 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Spreadsheet says no lords in the States. Yeah, I think Morris was mentioning that in Warhammer 40k you have the regular commissars that are actually attached to units to keep morale up by various means, and then you have the Lord Commissar, which is actually a commander. So you can't land lords. Okay, so the Confederate army of Mr. Beauregard has deployed south of Balaran River to guard Mansell's Railroad Junction. From the other side of the river, Brigadier General Irvin McDowell is looking for a weak point to attack. Their forces are needed to guard the left flank of the Confederate army to stop the enemy from advancing to Richmond. Okay, a huge reward if we beat this. Yeah, I think Snake from Stronghold is actually also a Beauregard. Our main forces are deployed a few miles east of this location, guarding the Mansell's Railroad Junction. It's one of his names. Balaran River is the natural barrier between our lines and the Union Army on the other side. Maybe you noticed we played this like 2 times yesterday. To protect the left flank of the army, we need to guard all the forts. We don't have enough men to do it, so our forces are stretched thin along Balaran River. We don't have enough sufficient regiments to guard this passage, but you need to be alert for any enemy movement. McDowell may attempt to cross with a portion of his army from here. This small hill near Matthews Farm is a good position to create a defensive line in case the enemy threatens our left. Well, it's in a horrible position, but we'll have to use it. An objective. Henry Hill is another strong position for our artillery and it must be secure. Your orders are to defend your position and scout for enemy movements. If the Federals attack you, reinforcements will be dispatched from southeast. Okay. General, Federal forces have been spotted on the other side of the river and will certainly try to cross it from this section. Okay, this is where our actual army will take place in. Take positions on that hilltop and stop any attempt of the enemy to cross the stone bridge. We also have to defend this forest. Pay attention to this fort, which is also possible passage for the Union army. You don't have enough forces to guard the passage westwards of our current position. You should still scout the area as the Federals may attack from that side. Well, that's not happening. We need everyone there. Matthews Hill must be defended should the Yankees attempt to breach our left flank. We'll get the snake to do it. Fine. Delay the Yankees until we receive more reinforcements. Good luck, General. Okay. So we'll take friendly division, or not division, brigade, and Super Cheese is gonna go into the woods. Howitzers of Moses mortars gonna be on this hill, and our cavalry gonna be there. Supply right there. Slightly shift the howitzers. Super Cheese into the woods. Cavalry on the other side. Friendly man the barricade. General there. Fly there. Bombard everything I see from AK doing Z. Gonna happen. Going to happen because they will actually try to properly push. So they will have their own artillery and infantry. Initially, we will probably use Moses mortars to bombard, do counter battery fire. They are not good at it because they are howitzers, but they will still outnumber the enemy artillery, I think. We did manage to kill many of them before. I would like to cross, but they are just now setting up, so it's not really an option. I have to keep the cavalry here. It might be very dangerous also for our guys, because there might be Union cavalry coming pretty soon. And Morris is already killing them, that's good. Yeah, enemy spotted. Start shooting their artillery. So do have quite a bit of it. Go on, I want to see some losses. So far they killed like one guy. Yeah, now they are actually killing some too, but it's very slow. So, is it time to push across? I think not. Wait until the enemy cavalry happens. Also, Ohio is trying to be cheeky. Let's shift our unit. Go forth. They're trying to shoot the general, which is actually good. Yeah, let's lose a volley and then go back into the woods. It was like 50 men down the drain for them. The guard with the better rifles is definitely paying off there on the fort. Okay, let's do it again. Run. Do it Super Cheese. Now we took some losses in the return. Obviously not great. They will take more. And let's go back into the woods. general might need to go back in a little bit. They're shooting the general for sure. They are not really accurate. Fine. Better than if they were shooting our actual units. Unit might rout soon. They already lost like 200. 160. This unit just... The cannons, the 6-pounders are horrible, you can see that. They already shot like 5 times and they only killed like 19 people. Really not great. We'll definitely be losing this artillery duel. We need to go across, but I just cannot justify it yet. Okay, enemy cavalry. Shift. We should have a shot ready soon-ish. Try to shoot at them with our cavalry as well. Theirs might have better weapons. Try to go after them. Can do it. Okay, Snake is here. Let's send him to the hill. It was a good volley, yeah, it was. It's a pretty good one. They were in the middle of the fort as well. Okay, don't dawdle, just finish them off. This infantry is gonna have to take up positions here. Around them, and General needs to go in the back. He's already tanked up pretty hard. So they are gonna take a shot to the face. They are trying to push now. Good. Do we have any other units? Yes. I'm gonna split skirmishers from this one. It is just militia after all. And this militia enter the woods. And this skirms go there. Actually, in the field, it's actually better. I think their cavalry actually managed to sneak past, but they only have 200. No, I think they are dead, they routed. Okay, let's cross the river if we can. Also, let's go back slightly. Actually, they are not shooting. I think they cannot shoot me from there. They might be now, since they are advancing. Okay, yeah, we'll take a shot to the face. But we are taking very little casualties. This is the Ohio, which already took a beating. Go into the woods. I'll switch to their infantry. I think we are just doing so little to the artillery, it's not even worth it. Let's take a look. We get another artillery unit. Position it. Actually shoot. Look. One there. And the other one right there. We are in the woods. I'm gonna also rush them out, I think, eventually. I'm actually even cross here. Okay, there is enemy army spotted there. So now Snake is gonna have some problems. How is friendly holding up? Equal casualties. Good. Getting shot a lot. Understandable. It's not doing too hot. What's that? Oh yeah. Okay. Have to be careful. Keyes' brigade can actually be deadly. It is quite large. The Ohio not so much though. Go back into the woods. Their cavalry is trying to approach our skirms. Did we not shoot them? Should have, right? Can you... Not sure what was happening there. Pretty weird. Let's position them there then, because they might be blocking line of sight. Horrible, we could have killed a lot of cavalry. Generally you would be ashamed of me, but I still sometimes think you are blue dudes. We are the red dudes. This is counterintuitive because usually in games the blue is the player color. You get used to it eventually. We have another infantry in it. Gonna have to go here. Run it as well. And Snake is gonna support his army. Let's see what Keys does. Ohio is trying to go here now. I'd like to snipe this. Let's try to go into this wood. There is another artillery unit somewhere over here. And maybe we can do it. Not the biggest fan of this because obviously we'll be exposed to infantry fire, but we need it. Can you shoot? No. But we have overwhelming numbers, so melee should do well. Try to disengage because these are already turning to face us there. Come on. Don't make me lose things unnecessarily. They are trying to rush these units, but I think we should be able to melee this to death, maybe. Yeah, let's rush off into the woods or fields before they can react. And how is Snake doing? I think Snake is doing horribly, but yeah. Keep a unit there, and then another one here. Our artillery is in position, so we should be shelling them. And next target is this, but I cannot really go after them. A shame. I'm gonna check out this, maybe they have another artillery there. This is scary. If this rushes over the bridge, that might very well break my morale. Yeah, just scout out. Another brigade. Oh, show me what's here. Line of sight is terrible. Go back. They have Keys right here, so they'll probably try to rush him over eventually. There is another artillery unit, okay. And there is another brigade. Infantry. Will never break, brigands never tire. Yeah, we are constantly shooting at them. Yes, you are the big guns. You killed 118 people so far, which is not great considering you are firing for a very long time already. But you know, it's what it is. Don't complain too much. They are struggling with ammunition. Looks like good. Also, this looks fine, but this is a problem. My best chief. I'm gonna give you some proper cannons, I swear. I just don't have them. My economy is an absolute shambles. Guys really don't want to advance. Oh, that is a battery, okay. No, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna have Sherman's brigade, yeah. They have their own defensive escort. So let's just keep hidden if possible. They will have a lot of men. We need their infantry to split off from the artillery. They might do it if we just keep these guys hidden. Ammunition, let's bring it over. Do I hear a charge? I think that's just this unit. No, skirmishes are rushing. Okay. Fine. Shooting. And keep a close eye on this. Yeah, their brigade is... Oh, come on, we can make it. Don't tell me we are not gonna make it. That's what I was waiting for. No! No! It is rough. Even on this difficulty, playing as the Confederacy is just incredibly tough. Okay, let's go after other artillery brigade. Where is it? There, okay. They might shoot me a bunch. Yeah, it's fine. What we are here for. That's their cavalry. They will try to sneak in, maybe. Charge of the light brigade. Unfortunately, our guys targeted the skirmishers, so that was not great. But every unit we can take out like this is good. Yeah, absolutely horrifying. Fortunately for us, they actually shot us with round shot and killed only 15 people at range, and then before they could reload, we rushed them. So it worked out. Yay. I would like to target this unit, I think. Maybe try to break it, and if we can, then maybe there's a chance we can engage this. Reply. Reason why. What to do and die. Yeah. Some pretty dire circumstances for Snake here, but I'm sure he will be just fine. Oh, what's not fine is this. Come on. No. Mean man. Bring this artillery. Wheel it right over. This is horrendously bad. I would actually prefer them to go around and try to do something here. I don't think they will. Okay. We advance a little bit. Spot shot. We are actually in the woods slightly, so we should still be better off. Where is the cavalry? It's here. Send the supply in there. Unfortunately, I cannot use any unit to hold them off, I don't think. Gonna have to leave them to it. This is a big problem, like they are very numerous and I cannot pick them apart very well, and they have cavalry behind our lines. And the 3 units we've got are just melting. The unit commanders are so cautious. They are! They don't want to overextend really. Which I'm not a big fan of, as you can imagine. It's horrendously bad for me. I think I hear another charge, and maybe the skirmishers. Come on, Super Cheese, take a pot shot again. Okay, I think I'm gonna risk it. Even though I really don't want to lose like 100 horsemen in a single volley, which could totally happen. So what's happening here? Yeah, just skirmishers. Don't go with the supply, that's perfect target for the enemy cavalry. Withdraw. General, it seems that the enemy outnumbers us. Oh, really? What do you say? We must retreat to reorganize our forces. Henry Hill is a good place to form our defensive line. Actually, I hold out quite well because you could have abandoned the hill quite some time ago and the victory point would still hold up for a while as contested. General Jackson is moving up with the fresh troops to help us. Stop the enemy offensive, do not lose the hill or our flank will collapse and we will be forced to withdraw to Richmond. Let's stop the game, let's take a look. So in regards to the fight, I'm just gonna have to start withdrawing our artillery. Problem is, if I do that, there is enemy cavalry somewhere over here. So we will just let them die, I think, because if they die, we'll get free weapons. This is a militia, basically, it's not ours. So their brave sacrifice will be remembered, and it will be remembered by us using their weapons for the days to come, while the fresh units will take up positions by the river and maybe push back the cavalry if they can, while we will do our best to hold this, which is going to be difficult now because they will send some units over. Hopefully we can deal with this eventually. They are trying to go across now, I think. Try to shoot keys with some canister, and now they are abandoning their cannon. Let's do it. The greed is real. What else do we have? 2 units right here. Send them to this forest. Greed goes for 4. I'm sure nothing bad ever happened to anyone greedy, ever. They are trying to stop it because they realize now that it's too late. We already snagged it. Take a look, I need to make sure, okay, this unit is gonna for sure have to retreat and it's in melee, which means it's gonna break. But still, if I send artillery, it's gonna get ambushed by the enemy cavalry, so that's a very bad thing to do. I really am hard pressed not to do it. But at the same time, let's try it. Right. Go back into the fields. Yeah, our unit here surrendered. We can get it back eventually. It's fine. Supply. Supply is gonna be a huge target for the enemy. Cavalry. Already. Let's keep skirmishers in the forest. Let's send this unit. Gonna have to protect our stuff. And this one as well. I need to keep things slow. So what about our infantry here? Try to push and save ourselves. Yeah, they are gonna go for the supply most likely. They love to do that. Just cannot help themselves. They see the supply and they got the greed. With good cavalry charge, you could possibly route that whole flank. You mean this? No, not really. The cavalry really sucks fighting infantry. It wouldn't be good. I could save it and show you, but we are playing the Rebellions mode, which actually makes it even worse. Because in the base game, the cavalry pretty much sucks, but in the mod, it's even worse. And they also only have the basic cavalry weapons, the Palmetto, which is horrible, unless you are fighting skirmishers or artillery crews. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Super Cheese saw it yesterday, I think. We tried some shenanigans. It really backfired usually. Like we lost a lot of good men that way. Charge across that bridge and canister. Yeah, when they were routing. Maybe, but even routing units can actually inflict some pretty good damage on your cavalry. This cavalry sucks. It really sucks. Okay, we pushed back some of their stuff. Let's just protect the artillery. Our main goal here. Their cavalry is actually here. With over nerf, yeah. Possibly. Cannot say I'm the biggest fan of that. But it's what it is. Okay, we are taking up positions. That's good. Come on, you can do it. Where is our other artillery? Send it there. This unit, take up positions there. Skirmishes in the forest. There you go there. Slowly push back. Cavalry historically has been devastating to out-of-place troops. Just ask the French in Peninsular War. Yes, I know. I know. Especially routing infantry shouldn't be able to hold them off really well. I understand that organized volley fire is gonna decimate them, absolutely, especially if it's close range. But this game just doesn't work like that, unfortunately, especially with the mod. You just get absolutely shredded if you try to use something like, yeah, that would make sense, and then you learn your mistakes, and then you lick your wounds for years, and then you return to the game and try to play it as the developers intended it. And then you're fine. You can do well against already routing infantry here, but if the route has stopped, yeah. Even the routing units will actually inflict some damage. I saw that happen plenty of times. Because there is no square formation. Yes, there is no square formation. So, does it make sense? But even, like I said, organized line formation with volley fire, firing straight at the cavalry is gonna do pretty well, especially close range. Problem is that this game really doesn't have anything like that, so it results in the cavalry being over-nerfed, and then it feels pretty bad. As I said, it's what it is. You can only grumble. Let's try to run this unit over, and skirmishers in the woods, try to delay that. Sherman actually routed, it's good, and their cavalry. I'm gonna try to run at it. Looks like they might want to avoid me, yeah. Isn't there really a mechanic to simulate how scary cavalry charge is? Is there? No. Not at all. If you've seen a horse in real life, like, ever, imagine that, but like, massed cavalry charge with armored units on it would be horrifying. Even though American Civil War, I think it's happening like 50 years after Napoleonic Wars, 60 years after them, but there are no cuirassiers anymore. I think the rifling technology is already sort of present, so maybe that really fell out of favor. Cuirassier actually had thick armor that would deflect musket balls if it was not point blank range. Mass cavalry charge into riflemen sounds like a bad idea. Yeah. Just carry it to the horses. Yeah, they are not gonna charge into a solid line or a wall for that matter, and they perceive line of men as such. Yeah. Blattington knows his stuff. I agree. And I approve. That cavalry charge is gonna get broken, hopefully. They only want to skirmish. Fine. They have artillery. We'll definitely need to amend this. Our guard is suffering some heavy losses, but they killed 1300 men. Military history is one of my favorite interests in life. And boy. No. It's a very good hobby. And it's so vast. You can never encompass it all. There is so much to learn. Always more. Slow on ammo. Super cheese is low on ammo? Yeah. It still has some ammo. It just notifies us it's low. So if it flashes red, that's when the real bad stuff happens. No, just man the barricades. Send the ammunition wagon over. I'm gonna risk it. Send these two units into the forest. And I need to break through with my cavalry. She's got to grind away. It's that whole battle just for XP. Yeah, basically this is the best position. I'm sending the wagon. Super Cheese is getting restocked as we speak. And the cavalry is coming for a bite. It loves to go after supply wagons. It's their favorite thing in life. They just cannot resist. They see it and they instantly just, oh, give me that. Yeah. Okay, let's use our cavalry. These scouts should be chased off eventually. We at least gave Super Cheese few extra volleys. Kesey's brigade is here. Yeah, let's try to canister it. That was a devastating canister shot. So the skirms, they are not doing well. That's expected. Let's move them back here into the field. Ammo wagon. Yeah, the ammo wagon. They are trying to go after it again. As I said, they just cannot resist it. Fortunately, we had some infantry ready. But it's really annoying, we need to deal with their cavalry. And need to be mindful, that could be very dangerous. These will rout soon. We have Stuart, send him over. Okay, let's bait them into attacking this unit right here. If he can do it. Yeah, they are trying to charge our cavalry or artillery, I think. Take some free casualties. After Stuart arrives, we're gonna use him as chaff, basically. Let's try to disable the last of their artillery on the other bank. It's actually doing fairly well. I think they are not really doing a good job at managing their army here. So still, you can give them an overpowered mod like this, but it still does result in them making very dumb decisions sometimes. I think that's our saving grace basically, because they have a definitive advantage, especially before we actually reduced their capability of artillery combat. Now I need to destroy this. Oh, I'm taking like a huge loss. I lost like 80 men, and they lost like 10. Yeah, but these are very small. And they are the AI units I got. They don't have the best gear. Mine don't have it as well, but yeah, Morris actually has done 603 casualties. So now it's actually ramping up. I think against infantry it's much better. It's just that the howitzers really suck at counter battery fire basically. Jeez, can keep grinding. I'm worried about my cavalry. I took a lot of losses there because of reasons. But I'm quite content holding. Eventually we'll get the order to counterattack. But before that happens, we can just use this for other nefarious means. Yeah, I'm fine with taking some casualties on the Carbineers. Main thing is just inflict some losses on their cavalry. Yeah, that one disintegrated. Good. It will never bother us again. Send the cavalry over. I'm gonna swoop to the other side, see if there are any free artillery to pick out. Let's go into the field. I think this is now fine. I would like to go and send the supply wagon to Super Cheese for a little bit and support it with Stuart. Cavalry, go there. Yeah, that's a lot of artillery there. Use target. I'm tempted to just go here, but that is there. Oh yeah, they have a whole brigade there. Gonna have to be careful. I don't like being careful. Their cavalry is sensing the supply wagon. Gonna have to send Super Cheese to deal with it as well. Cavalry, go across. Can you do it? Yes. Yes! And finally destroy their cavalry units. Let's go here, see if we can pick out any exposed artillery. They are actually holding their infantry back there to bother the routing unit. Counterattack. Now we get more militia. General Union is severely weakened, and now we can counterattack with our fresh reinforcements that will arrive shortly. Concentrate attack on their right flank to drive them right back to Washington. No federal cavalry allowed. Yeah, they are incredibly mean. The AI can actually, like, in regards to the cavalry, it is sort of, you can say, one trick pony, in the sense that they go after the supply wagons like way too much, but overall they can be like incredibly obnoxious and annoying. Like what, like, it's a pretty long battle, yes it is. And yes, Super Cheese, forwards we go, but first we need for our meat shields to actually arrive on the scene. After they do, we will use them up. Let's capture their supply. I don't want to shoot it, so let's disable shooting. Supplies have surrendered. Let's send them to our lines. I can send them to Super Cheese because they will not be able to cross. And we should now take a look if we can pick out any artillery again. Go into the forest. Federal Infantry Brigade in front of the reinforcements, is it? Oh yes, you are correct. Okay, let's run this. They sent one of the bridge units over. This unit disintegrated. They still have 38 on that, so let's destroy. Vincent Johnson as well, make sure it doesn't rout. Doesn't bother. I really wanted to pick them off. They are just keeping them balled up. And the supply wagon over. I think Super Cheese is very well stocked up at this point. Let's send him back. That's delicious. Try to go after it. It's my biggest my biggest weakness is the greed. Yes, there is another brigade, of course. Cannot do it. If I do it, I will lose a lot of my precious horsemen. Try to shoot the flank. So how did we do? Our general is in melee, that's horrible. Let's turn around, finish them off. What about our reinforcements? They are making their way over. I don't want to rush them. This artillery unit got wiped out mostly. Interesting. Still cannot go there. There are routing units of infantry everywhere and they could evaporate a lot of my units. Personal saving those federals. Unfortunately, generals don't have any combat capability. It's possible he would have just died if I kept him there. Like, they don't have even slight melee capability, nothing like that, unfortunately. I would like it to be like you can at least kill few. Johnson, yeah. But unfortunately that's not the case, it's not. This game works. Can we go here? I'd like to think yes, but also it's really scary. Okay, Super Cheese, I'm gonna need you to go forth, shoot them. Take some losses, it's okay. Can inflict many more. And did their artillery just completely disintegrate? They're trying to rush over the river. It's not gonna work. Oh, we lost the commander of the friendly division. Or not division. Brigade. It's unfortunate, but it was expected. At this point, not too worried about that. But always sucks when they die instead of being wounded. This is danger. Danger, danger. And these guys over. I'm gonna risk it. Risk it for the proverbial biscuit. Their general is gonna get in the way though. We're gonna do it though. Might be terrible. They are turning around to shoot us. So let's try to go back. Do it. Then again, back. Maybe if they rout, they will rout towards us. Possible. It's worth it for the few losses we suffer so far. Yes, they are destroyed. Let's go after McDowell. And overall, I think we are looking pretty good. Send this brigade over. I hope that they manage to destroy that completely. Now we have fresh units. We should initiate a full-scale attack. Over here will not do it, because these are our own units. We don't want to lose many of them unnecessarily. But here we can, because these are actually not ours. David Barlow. Let's send a supply wagon to these. These have shot a lot of their ammunition already. Keep advancing. I didn't keep track of their personal units. I named them and I know where I deployed them. So I have Super Cheese, I have Friendly, I have my own Morris Mortars, and then I have my own cavalry, which is here. I try to keep losses minimal because it's very crucial. The alternate answer you are looking for most likely is "It good." But no, not really. It's just this battle isn't really that chaotic compared to the other ones. Just charge, it's fine. Speaking of getting good, I don't want to talk about my game against the hardest AI run today. Did you play it? How did it turn out? It is horrifyingly strong. It cheats like crazy, like really. Compared to even like Age of Empires AI, it's like absolutely insane. I like it, even though it's very mean and cruel. Midway through gunpowder, I realized there was not things around here. That happened to me as well. I think you saw it. This is not looking so great. Okay, after we wrap this up, we might actually be in a good spot. Where is our cavalry? Right here. I'm gonna have to sacrifice some men. And yeah, defend this forest, it's probably the best option. This is fine because we still are inflicting losses. Let's wrap them up slowly. Cavalry. 2v1, we could possibly do it. Long time out of pain. Yeah, 2v1 could actually work. I think we should do that maybe, because 2v2 is not gonna happen, I don't think. 2v2 is just gonna result in like overwhelming. It will be something. I don't think we can do it. But we should maybe try, because you never know. No way. Yeah, I mean, you are the guy who's more experienced in the game, so I'm gonna take your word for it. I felt the AI's soft touch on my cheek before, and it tore my head off, so I can definitely see why you would think that. Keys' brigade is retreating. This is the one that actually had like 1800 men before. I'm not sure if this unit can do it on its own. For militia just sprinting across the whole country. Yeah, they are. That's their best use actually. Not much else we can do with them. Exhausted. Push beyond exhaustion. Just club them. That's another capture. Marvelous. I cannot rush into this. This would vaporize my face. Just push over. Don't melee, because if I charge they will stop midway because they don't have any stamina left. This is fine. Just let that to hold. I think Super Cheese just melted another unit entirely. He killed 2092 and lost 239. That's quite the KD there. Quite glad that our guard didn't actually take that much damage. 740. Still not too confident at that. Let's build them down some more. Beating him so much XP, yeah, we are. It's our boy. Our boy. Send him over. Just cut off the retreat. Come on. You can do it. Cheesy elites. They will be, at one day. They will be little beasts. But for now it's not that great, really. Gonna get better. Okay. Yeah, 680. I still don't feel confident rushing into that, but I'm gonna do it. Maybe they will surrender? I don't think so. They will, okay, that's very good. Obviously. Send the entire guard or the militia over here. Another cross-country marathon. I'm sure they will be just fine. No problem. Okay, Super Cheese needs to pursue that, and Bonham after that. And I'm gonna use the friendly unit here, I think. Go to the back side of that unit. Cavalry right there. We have almost entirely destroyed the army. Is the leader suiciding our militia artillery at the end of the battle worth it for the weapons? The answer is abso-freaking-lutely yes. The other thing I want to say is we won't do it. Because as much as the greed is guiding my actions in regards to cavalry, I'm not actually deliberately going to suicide them, I'm just gonna use them, and if it happens they die, I'll gladly take the weapons. But I'm not that mean or exploitive. But yes, I wouldn't charge with my regular units like I did with the militia here, because obviously it's terrible. Speaking of that, Super Cheese is just casually meleeing this. good time to mention how I would not do that. It's fine. Sure, it's gonna be just fine. Which is just stop and shoot. Possible. Yeah. Stuff. It's hungry for more blood, yeah. He was, and just... How many men did he kill? A lot. It's like 10 for each one he lost. Insane. Like, for this period warfare, it's absolutely insane. Something like from Green Rifles of the Peninsular War, KD. Or Green Jackets, right? What Sharp was part of. Did you watch Sharp, by the way? Absolutely hilarious. That's actually that TV series is actually the reason why Sean Bean always dies in the other movies he plays in, because he never died there, and like ever, and they made a whole bunch of episodes. But it's actually not bad. I think the uniforms are pretty good there. Some of the characters are good. I watched half of it. I'm currently 3 books away from finishing the entire book series. Okay, that makes sense. Books are universally better than TV stuff. So get some bonus points for that. Not many people read enough. It's a lot of books, very long series, yeah. Can you imagine how many books is it? I've already read his other series, Saxon Chronicles, before. I think I heard somebody from my friends reading that. Was reading that. That's the historical novel, right? Or novel series, I guess. Oh, not good. They might go after the artillery. Need to finish them off. Not even one unit can make it. Sharp novels are about 20 books. Insane. Actually insane. Saxon Chronicles is the same author, but it's about Saxon England during the Danish invasions. Sounds interesting. Okay, let's go after them. Can you surrender, please? No, you cannot have nice things. Okay. What about this? These 400 troops are gonna be a bother. Speed it up. Send a cavalry. Might have to use it. Skirmishers. My mom actually was reading the Saxon Chronicles with me up till she died. Sorry to hear that. The other part of your comment that is. The first one is cool. So how many books is that? Saxon Chronicles. I could swear that one of my friends was reading that. Okay, so let's take a look at the stats. Looks like the battle was 14,700 for them, 40,000 for us, but we only got the last part of the army on the final stage. And they lost 10,800 and 1,590 captured. That's pretty much the entire army. They did lose a lot of guns. We only lost 5. A lot of cavalry lost. Yeah, Super Cheese is just had up to 13 books currently, still ongoing. Also a lot of books. Do you own them physically? Or do you read them on like a Kindle or something? Take a look at the officers. These are also some militia officers, I think. We shouldn't really take a look at that too much. But yeah, 2 people died. No, wounded. 2 people died. Yeah. Chronicles I own both physical and audio. Or just audio. Okay, right. Audiobooks are also pretty cool. So, weapons. We captured 402 Colts. That's good. We can maybe switch our cavalry to better weapons now. 12 pounders. We captured 17. That's good. 42s. We captured a lot of them. So that's gonna be for our infantry brigades. Some sharps, some smiths. 1 6-pounder was rescued, that's from Morris's mortars. Then we have rescued some Palmetto and Mississippi. Right, not bad. A lot of money, a lot of recruits. Got some bonus ones from the prisoners of war. So let's get horseback riding for our cavalry. I'd like to make them veteran. Gonna take a look at Colts. So how are they in regards to melee? They're actually much better at reloading. I'm gonna do it. Apply that. Letterington redeemed put me in the game. Whenever you get one to name, yes I will. I actually have snipers already if you wish to be a skirmisher. Otherwise I'm gonna create infantry units in a moment. So it's your pick. Let's take a look. We have 2 career points. I'm gonna do army organization. Upgrade so we can have 2000 men per unit. Take a look. Yep. Gonna have to do both points into that. How's Friendly Brigade going? It has done pretty well. It had killed quite a few enemies. It took a lot of losses, about 1/3 of their total strength, 500 men, because they were holding the bridge barricade. But they also lost their officer in combat and he died. But overall they have earned their first place in the army properly, because they actually survived the battle properly and they didn't even rout once. Good politics. It gives you more money. Yeah, I know everything. I just cannot do it because I need my brigades to be 2000 men strong. Otherwise, I'll get murdered because the AI will have like 3000 soon. So if you have 1500s, even if you have the best weapons, they are just gonna melt because of numbers. Snipers are perfect, okay. They only have hunters currently, but we'll give them midwards eventually. Of course we are going for politics. We only got the logistics from the initial trades because you cannot not have anything else. And then we got medicine and economy from that initial thing as well. I only invested into army organization and politics. Those are the only 2 things I'm gonna level up initially, and then we'll do some other things as well. Let's take a look at the shop. So let's take a look at skirmishers. Gonna buy the Whitworth. Cavalry. I'd like to buy some Palmetto for cheap units. What does logistics do? Just more ammunition for units. It gets progressively better as you get much larger battles, because even a completely full supply wagon will actually deplete in the large battles, and fairly quickly. Buy the best parrot and the howitzers. Every time I see parrot guns I just think of shotgun too. Oh, the samurai, yeah. Okay. So, things to consider. I'm gonna buy some captains, I think. Like 2 of them. Take a look at the army. So, Friendly needs a commander. Let's give him, I guess, a colonel. I really don't want to give him a colonel. I think I'm gonna buy a major.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's infantry, so it's bound to take casualties quite a bit. I'm gonna fill it with rookies. Super Cheese, on the other hand, I'd like to give him veterans. Make this a super beefed up unit. You do win this game using only the cheapest and oldest gear and going for numbers. Unlikely, because recruits are actually gonna run out eventually. For now, we don't really like them, but as you get into the campaign more, it will become more about people than material. Really. Can you get Lee and Grant in the game? I'm pretty sure they are generals. If you play the campaign, they will be generals on the opposing side, most likely. You could even get reinforced by one of these with AI units that you can get access to, but don't really know right now. So yeah, super cheese. Do we spend 27,000 on him? Rookies would only cost us 2,000 and it wouldn't decrease the capability too much. I think I'm gonna do it. I need to not spend everything. Also, let's switch to 12 pounders. Did Morris. Gonna do veteran. Yeah, let's do veterans. Sniper, so Lettington. And I'm gonna create a new unit. So this is gonna be another artillery unit. If anyone wants to be in the game, now would be the time to do some redemptions. Whenever cannon, I'm gonna give it also World of Hurt. You have the better cannons now. But last time we actually did some considerable damage against the infantry. Now I have better cannons. It should be even better. I'm gonna take a look at the armory. Cannons. I have some 10 pounders. I'm missing like one to be able to field a cannon unit. Buy them up. Okay, let's create something. Hey Mor, back from dinner. How goes the insurrection? It goes fairly well. Managed to beat the first bull run without any restarts, I must add. It was quite good. And we managed to get some snazzy experience on some of our units. Also have some manpower and money, so now we are setting up more divisions. And we have the snipers commanded by Lettington now. So what do we do? I want another howitzer unit. Let's give them the best howitzers there are in the game. I could actually do just 4 and then add veterans. It will cost slightly more, but gonna increase their capabilities. And friendly computer has already put me in the game. Do you want to name someone? Also gonna create something else. It's funny because I'm doing some RP stuff during this week right now, where I'm playing as skirmisher, so it's appropriate. Good to hear. To have some appropriate stuff. Artillery named the Fleshkins. Such an orcish name. I don't know if I can fit it in this. Maybe it's gonna happen? Yes. Okay. Are you happy now? Some Lutas. Yeah. Lutas as well. Okay. So I'm gonna need some militia, or rather infantry. Make them 2,000 strong. So we need to figure out what traits we want for our infantry. I mean, discipline is good. Endurance might be better, but yeah, let's do discipline. That's fine. Hello, Erkan, welcome. And you want to be put into the game, so let me know if you have a name in mind, or we can just put your name if you want to be commander of a unit. Entirely captured equipment. I think that's actually most of these rifles were actually captured. Because I didn't really buy them. These are the weapons that the Union had in the last battle. Skirmishers. We can do when we unlock the capability to have mounted skirmishers that might have been appropriate. Springfields are vastly better. Yeah. Eric's Lutas sounds good. Okay. So, are we gonna make them infantry? Probably, as they do have the captured equipment. And I cannot make a cannon unit, I don't think. Maybe we could from these? No, it's 7 cannon. It's sad, but we cannot. We could make a cheap unit of this artillery, which is probably gonna happen, but not just yet. I think I would like another cavalry unit. Just give them Palmetto. Any names for cavalry unit? Pretty sure somebody will come up with something. And then, do we do another division or another corps? Both of those things are gonna be pretty important. I think another division for now. And then I would like another guard unit, I think. Let's take a look at the better weapons. I think now we can actually unlock some new stuff. Lorenzes or MGNGs. I think these are gonna be guard weapons. Could get Napoleons, but they suck. Also manpower. That's something I will want to get eventually. Let's create another guard unit. Let's give them the better gun. Cool. Napoleons for a reason, a bit old. Yes, they are. I don't want them. I'm just gonna get the manpower. But they are still better than anything we have currently, so that's sad. Or not everything. The flesh kits actually have the best howitzer in the game. But only 8 pieces. So any losses on that are gonna hurt a lot. Oh, maybe we can actually create a unit. I think minimum is 4. Yeah, I was misguided. I thought it was 8.
Sir, yes, sir.
7. Atkins. Robin Atkinson. Okay, let's do first cannon. We still need to name the units. One of them is cavalry, one of them is cannon, one of them is guard. We just won a massive battle. That's why. We got 200,000 from it. And we have some equipment, so I'm able to just get stuff done. Heck, redeemed another redemption. Glad to see it. What is it gonna be? Get some extra supply. And I'm gonna create a new corps. Another infantry. Beans Plovdas for cannons? Yes, we could. So many Turkish names. This is infantry. Actually, our army needs to have a perk. Take a look at it. Speed, XP, or ammo. I think I'm gonna pick XP. Can we rename the general? No. Fine. We can rename the corps though. The armies. Well, we are the Confederates of more. Still need to name 2 of these, so cavalry and guard. We can keep them as standard, but it's always better to give them names, I think. So we have some money, we should probably get some more stuff. What do we do? Might want to do just a militia unit with some very bored farmers. How much would that cost?
Yes, sir.
20,000. I mean, it's horrible, but they are very good in melee. So these would be our stormtroopers, basically. Do it. And that's probably gonna be it. Maybe we beef up this army. I think I'm gonna create a cheap artillery unit. It's gonna be 3rd howitzer. And then we can get these guys a cavalry unit as well. It's gonna be expensive, but eventually they are gonna be good. This one's gonna be 3rd. Stormtroopers, we say, because they will be the first to go into the breach and die horribly in any situation. They will not fare very well, but we need a unit like that. Buy some extra supply. And let's take a look at the map. General, I recommend you strengthen our positions after events of the First Boron. Mark's army is perfectly able to destroy us now, and we are more vulnerable. Please do not hesitate and send to our starving army at least a few more divisions. Our men are in need of your help. Captured message. General, I respectfully inform you that President Lincoln is highly concerned about the advance of Marks towards Washington. My command consisted of 17,000 trained soldiers, have been ordered to reinforce your army and will arrive shortly. So the air just got insane cheats. It's fine. They are quite strong, but I think the next battle is gonna be Shiloh. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. This map is absolutely cruel. They are probably still more accurate than Imperial Stormtroopers, yes. Absolutely. Their biggest weakness is gonna be their range and reload capability. We do have 2 bonus battles though, so we should definitely do those. Let's drop a save right here. It's gonna be paramount we don't lose much, because otherwise the campaign is just gonna become impossible. Ambush is better than Stay Alert, I think. Stay Alert is just the mission that broke us last time, because it's overwhelmingly impossible to not lose a bunch of your precious stuff there. Okay, let's start with the ambush. The Union is massing its army near the capital of Richmond. Almost certainly they are preparing to attack and threaten to destroy our new government prematurely. Our reconnaissance patrols reported that one of their most important supply convoys loaded with heavy ammunition and weapons is going to pass through this road in about an hour. They are going to meet with General McDowell, commanding about 7,000 infantry, and he needs those supplies. General, this is a great opportunity to ambush and seize those supplies from the Yanks before McDowell arrives with his much stronger army. Local cavalrymen will join our attack. That's good. Some token units. If we succeed, not only we can use the supply for our army, but we'll surely impress our people in West Virginia and get more military support. General, it is going to be a risky process. If the Federals are too strong, it is advised to withdraw into the woods and live to fight another day. Good luck. Yeah, this mission can be pretty tough, and we will not have the option to persist in the fight longer, as we usually do. Also, one of our units is in the reserve. Which one is it? Flash Gits are here. Versus mortars are here. I'm gonna keep... Who do I keep in the reserve? I think skirmishers for now. Beans blew us, yeah. Okay. Let's keep artillery in the front. Gonna rush anyway. Infantry, guard, militia. I think militia would do well here. Then another guard unit, another infantry unit. Slap everything to be as forward as possible. Start the battle, pause it. Start issuing some orders. So the cavalry needs to go there. Our own guys need to go here as well. And then our infantry. Let's just rush it to the edge of the forest there. Guard as well. And do we have militia? I think we do. Okay, militia. I'm gonna send it there. And about the other stuff. Artillery. Take a look at it. I'm gonna set up a line here. And then Luta is gonna take up positions in this field. And guard here. There. Go inside the field properly. And that's all of our stuff over here, I think. Infantry needs to go. Need to smash this before the proper army arrives. Oh yeah, they have another infantry unit here. Gonna be a slight problem. I'm gonna have to set up here instead. But we can flank. This unit, just lock them down. Possible, set up an ambush for the rest of their column, because they will come, for sure. Send the cavalry, capture the wagons. They are trying to charge immediately. It's gonna hurt. Try to do some canister. Immediate melee is not great. Let's try to help out. Super cheese, and let's not shoot. Rather just capture. Get captured. Even the enemy, I think, the infantry unit. It's 1,000 men captured. It's awesome. Here. Move the artillery. That worked very well. Let's go with our cavalry here. Just gonna keep it. Oh yeah, they have. Okay. Let's go up. Supply. Now they will get a bunch of stuff. But that's our militia right there. It's actually perfect. Exactly what we want. If anybody takes the brunt, it's gonna be the militia. And they have cavalry. Gonna be careful. That could totally shrek us, because their cavalry is actually immensely more powerful than ours. And their infantry is going there as well. It's a lot. I would like to smash that artillery that they have there. But I don't think I can do it. Okay, let's pursue the militia. And even our cavalry. Gonna have to advance. Yeah, they are approaching from here. That's artillery, but it will be absolutely surrounded by other enemy units. I would love to overrun this. I would, but it might be impossible. If I rush the cavalry in, they are gonna get killed. Their cavalry is better. The units as well. It's like 1700 horsemen there. And not a small force. Oh, their artillery is stuck. Let's choose it. Okay, let's advance. Just overrun it and keep this cavalry at bay with this infantry unit. Even send in the freaking Carbineers. It's fine. Yeah, and they are in the corner. You can stay in the corner. Okay, they are rotating slightly. We need to make sure they don't actually join up. This should be fine. Just hold them off with the barrage. Okay, that's done. Militia here. Don't let them break through. Okay, now we can actually send our cavalry to help out, I think. Because this infantry now is slightly threatened. They are trying a massive charge. I hope that we can break them. They will get shot a lot. Let's not lose our important units. Militia and mounted skirmishers need to go first. There is artillery, I'm gonna try to rush for it. Oh yeah, our unit here is retreating. Let's advance with this. Oh, just route. You know you want to. I don't want to take shots from the infantry. I'm going to do, for sure. Okay, go. It's actually fine. That's what we want. It's not bad, we didn't take any casualties on the artillery really. Make sure we don't overextend and die. Where is this infantry going? Where is our general? He was there, okay, that's not good. Send these guys back. What about their artillery? Getting shredded. But let's keep the cavalry back and mounted skirmishers can maybe then finish them off eventually. Keep shooting that. Then was retreating. No, I forgot to order him. It was because I'm a Muppet, not because of the game. No excuses. We did take some significant losses on some of our fresh units, but they are the most recent additions, I think, to our army, so it really shouldn't be that bad. This is lovely. Sorry for that. Even the militia is gonna earn their salt. Yeah, 550 killed already. I don't think we can stop that. They will want to free their guys here. Gonna want to wrap them up before that happens. So, did they try to rush again? Yes. They're constantly trying to charge. It's costing them a lot though, so I'm not worried about that. Our more advanced artillery is already doing work. Like this one killed 155 their flash kits. And the cannons 107, they are better at medium to long ranges because they are cannon, and these howitzers 57, yeah, they suck because it's the basic unit. Morris's mortars. It would do well in prolonged engagement. This mission is not gonna last that long though. Okay, let's turn around. And I'm gonna have to finish off these guys. I think I'd like to charge them with the militia eventually. No, they are charging with this, okay. Shoot them. And then use our cavalry. Their artillery is here. Triggering, I would like to destroy it. Okay, let's go back. Looks like they broke from that volley. And they have lost 1500 horsemen in here, as well as some artillery, so it's pretty good. for our efforts. But still, we don't have that much time left. I had to leave to go pull orders and I came back to see corner camping. Yeah. We have demolished that. This is the ambush convoy mission. Okay, let's go into this forest. Gonna push up with the artillery slightly. Just keep chewing them up. Getting shot a little bit, that's fine. What I would like is to be able to get at that artillery in there. Try to counter battery it with the cannon. Okay, let's get better cover for friendly. Taking some casualties. Even the freaking 3 unit of Carabiniers actually killed 530. Must have been some of the artillery. Militia killed 855. This unit, just I'm amazed at how effective it is, since we only gave it the freaking reborn farmer rifle. This unit is advancing again. It's the same one that broke before. So I think we can break it again, maybe. I need to destroy this. Let's charge. And the militia here. Try to charge the cavalry as well. Go surrender, good. And then our, send him over. And our 3 mounted skirmishers. I'd like to send them around, but I don't think there are more artillery. This is all they have, probably. Send them into the forest. Militia is gonna engage this. And friendly is taking some serious fire, but he killed 1,000 already. I think I'm going to advance with this unit, because they are focusing on this heavily now. And this as well. Is here. Make the most of this battle, but I think it's gonna end after this timer runs out. There is no option to really continue it until the enemy force is entirely decimated. It's a bummer. I'd like to destroy it completely, but it's not an option. Yeah, it's absolutely devastating. Even the freaking militia weapons are gonna do pretty well. Charge it. Yeah, and we are victorious, okay. So we captured 1,700 of them, not bad. Destroyed 31 guns and killed a lot of infantry. Our losses are also significant, but not that bad, I'd say. We also have medicine, so some of them will recover. 2 wounded officers is not great, obviously. In terms of supply, we managed to capture a lot of Colts because we destroyed the cavalry. Good. Recovered some weapons and gained some Springfields and cannon. 12 pounders, okay. Not terrible. Take a look at the carrier. I'm gonna sink it in politics. Okay. guard unit, right? Give them discipline or endurance. I think discipline. Politics. Or politics, yeah. Alcoholitics. Can probably like, give them veterans. Give them money. Militia. Endurance cores. Rookies. Cavalry. Few recruits wouldn't hurt. Infantry definitely. Rookie department. Reinforcements. One guy left missing from that. Cavalry. Rookies. Actually hurts. Still hurts. Okay. Guards. You actually miss a division commander. We'll buy a colonel.
Yes, sir!
I'll have some recovering soon. Good. I'm gonna pick... Oh, I cannot get the manpower. Okay. I'm gonna get it after the next bonus battle. Infantry. Some rookies. Fill the ranks. This is at full strength now. We also have more money. Let's take a look at the armory. Question is, do we start buying up some Enfields? How much would it cost? 33,000. The Enfields would be great eventually. We are gonna need them, so I'm gonna buy it, even though it costs me a lot. How much range does a hunter have? 450. Not gonna be rivaled by any of these. Okay. Artillery. Not gonna buy anything of this, I don't think. Terms, infantry, yeah, right. Mississippi, we could buy a little bit. And this as well, make sure we can replenish losses when they happen. Second corps. Might have to create some new units. But it's not gonna be impactful because the next mission is actually gonna be pretty tough. And it only can have few units, you cannot start with a lot. There is no sense investing now, I don't think. In obedience to my received orders, we battled the enemy in ambush convoy. That's quite a name for a battle. I think it's sort of weird how some of the missions are named, so it's not really a place or anything. And lost almost all our artillery and supplies. I've already sent my battle report to headquarters, but please make sure your general will receive my request for more troops. If I don't have support quickly, I will have no chance to hold against Marek. Okay. Dear sir, it is an honor to inform you that after your engagement with the enemy at Ambush Convoy, President Lincoln has approved to reinforce your army with 3,500 fresh recruits. Not bad. I think their army is depleted now, but in terms of artillery at least. Because yes, clearly the main issue is the AI lacks numbers, yeah. Clearly. They would appreciate some advanced weapons, I'm sure. They are... And yeah, like you need to consider that we are playing this like insanely min-maxy. Because we are wiping the floor with every army we come across if we can. So if you would play this and like leave the enemy forces half beaten, you would be facing like a third extra. So there's no way to make this easier, I don't think. And it will still hurt. Game is kind of special, I think you can already tell that, especially with the mod. Makes your life a pain. Yeah, let's drop this core here. Our army has established a base at Corinth, Mississippi, major railroad junction, a strategic position for the transportation of troops and supplies. Your post is northeast of Corinth, at this vital point of our supply line. Our pickets have spotted Yankee cavalry movements a couple of miles north and west of your position. You have to prepare for a potential attack. Gonna be happening. Reinforcements have already been dispatched from Corinth and are on their way to assist you if needed. Well, it's gonna take them a long while to arrive, I think. They are general, we cannot afford a broken link in our supply chain. So we can only have 6 brigades, and we are gonna be faced with a huge army. So we're gonna have to figure out what we want and what we don't want. I think Guard has no space here, because we are gonna take so many losses. Take the militia. Set them up in this forest right here. Infantry, this one is fairly inexperienced, so it's fine. This one as well. I'm gonna have to keep this one here. While I cannot afford to have any artillery, I don't think. Guard. Both of the infantry are actually guards. Okay, let's get Super Cheese. What could go wrong, right? I think a lot can go wrong. Let's keep him here. The infantry there. Start the battle. Slow the game down. Militia there. Erk here. Friendly here. Actually gonna initially send him here, maybe he can get a volley off the enemy. Guard there. The supply, general, both of our cavalry units. I'm gonna try to do a sellout. Destroy some of their cavalry, but it's gonna be very risky. In the meantime, these guys will hold. Can actually go out with the Super Cheese as well. Come on, you can do it. Just show me your cavalry. Yes, Yankee cavalry. Last battle we destroyed like 1700 horsemen, and here they come with 1500 more. They might even overwhelm this. Not too sure. Let's try to reinforce quickly. Wrap around if we can. No, they try to immediately retreat. Well, they know what's good for them, because that wasn't very good for them. Engagement could have gone very badly for them. Now they are gonna get a close volley. 2 of them actually. Come on, melt that unit. They did take significant losses, but I'm gonna have to use this unit to go back now. Guard can chase them for a little bit. And we need to hold this even with significant casualties. That's why we have our expendable units. Guard, I don't like to see them in melee. If I can help it. Cannot help it, so there we go. Enemy is approaching. Skirmishers, skirmishers. These skirms might actually try to go around our line. It would be really bad. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's approach. I'm not too confident at the cavalry fights at all. But maybe we can take on one unit with the significant numbers advantage here. Can you shoot? Shoot. They don't want to shoot. Oh, they want. Okay. Let's send a guard over, just try to pin them down and then help out with the cavalry. In the meantime, just hold this. They will try to charge it, I think. I could try to swoop in with one of cavalry units and destroy those skirmishers. I think that's good. Militia is gonna be fine. They are actually great at melee, but not while under fire. We'll see. Commander will help out. Going to try to flank fire that. Okay, they came out of the woods by their guard. Obviously not great. Or enemy infantry, okay. I'm gonna take some losses. This infantry unit is routing. Let's help out with the cavalry. Okay, we have broken that unit. Good. Retreat slowly into the woods. They are still not backing down. They have another unit. Gonna be dangerous. Okay. This cavalry needs to go after these skirms. Guard is just retreating. Not good. We cannot avoid casualties. So it's gonna happen. Let's try to get these guys through our lines, but they might be captured. This is a problem. That's over 3,000 units. Point blank range. Okay, let's help out these guys. They are in melee. Face these. Okay, that's a lot. I think they can overwhelm us. Advance with super cheese. This battle is hell. Managed to get some skirmishers captured. Good. Try to get a definitive advantage on those and manage to hold off another charge. Good. So I'm gonna keep super cheese right here, then take the cavalry, send it over here. I'm gonna go after some juicy artillery if I can. Let's hope they make some mistakes and get shot with the cavalry. Seems fine, but really we already took quite a bit of damage on the horsemen. Not the biggest fan of that, and also these guys are taking a beating. But as I said, it's kind of unavoidable, so need to accept that it happens. That it is gonna happen. Go around. Yeah, not bad considering they are not really top-notch units. She's getting it easy. He actually routed. He lost 182 men and killed 212. Mostly cavalry. But now he's getting some rest, so he's gonna guard the flank against the cavalry. Let's go into the forest. There is some juicy artillery here, but also infantry. So gonna have to be careful. After these guys advance, I would like to go in after this. But this is a problem. If they're out, they're gonna just go right in to help out their artillery, even if they don't really want to. Let's advance in this unit, because I don't want them to really be able to help out. Let's do it. There are some supplies, but artillery is more important. We have a good chance at inflicting some losses on them. Unless their cavalry is swinging around, which is possible. I wouldn't put it past them to do that. Let's split one of the units, I think. Yeah, they are trying to actually send them back. That's really bad from them, because that's where we are going, and it's away from their infantry. This is a problem though. I'm pretty sure their cavalry might be somewhere over here. Let's just keep it reasonable. I'm worried. I don't see that cavalry. It makes me paranoid. They did take some losses on them though. And they shouldn't really be the biggest deal. Just die. Takes such a long time to savor those. Come on. The worst thing that could happen is actually capturing them, because they would be able to recapture them pretty quick, and we cannot do anything about that if that happens. Gonna get shot by this. Okay. Yes, it's finished off. I don't want to go after that. That would be horrible, because the cavalry is probably around here. Where is our commander? Here, okay. Good position actually. Let's go after the supply. Destroy. Oh, we took some canister to the face. They'll have all these blobs, so I have to deal with them somehow. But after their artillery is disposed of, it's gonna get easier. Oh, their cavalry is coming. Jeez. Super Cheese is guarding us, but it's not a very good job. The enemy cavalry made its way there. So I'm gonna send it here. Unit. Cavalry is gonna be the MVP of this battle. They managed to take out a lot of their artillery. 650 inflicted casualties, and this unit 595. They took some prisoners as well. Go into the forest, point blank range. Okay, that cavalry, that artillery unit is gone, so let's go into the forest. If there are enemy cavalrymen around. This is exposed now, so I'm kinda worried. Might turn sour very quickly. Got this unit in the corner. We are not gonna be able to free it, I don't think. You can hear a charge. This one? Maybe. That is enemy cavalry. Our reinforcements have arrived finally. We have Lettrington. Let's send him to this farmhouse. If he gets caught out by the cavalry, that could be really bad. They are trying to go after their supply. And this cavalry is getting... yeah, it's routing. Help out. Their entire cavalry force just went here. Yeah, they have their supply now. Maybe we can overrun this. But our cavalry is absolutely exhausted. Can you shoot? Shoot. This done. Oh. Okay. Reasons. What else do we have? Another guard unit. Send it over, and a bunch of artillery. My other cavalry is routing from fighting an inferior force. It feels so bad. Okay, they have more. I'm trapped. This might be a restart. I lost so many cavalrymen. Because their cavalry is so OP. You need to shoot it. You cannot melee it because you die. The restart. Ah, it went so well. I cannot lose like 1500 horsemen, that's just not happening. If I do that, I'm gonna die in the campaign later. We need to swoop in, kill the enemy artillery, and then just go out. We cannot stay there. If we do, we die. Unless we manage to really eradicate the enemy cavalry from the map, which is probably not happening. Okay, again, we need militia. Let's get rid of the artillery. That is militia. Here. Infantry, infantry. Cheese. Infantry here. Keep the general there. Fly as well. Start the battle, slow it down. Shouting guns. Infantry as well. And these guys will just advance. And with this, I'm gonna try to inflict some losses on their cavalry as quickly as possible. Hold position. Hold position. Go. Good volley. They have more though. This was just one unit out of like 4. He almost didn't see that one. Skirmishers. Their cavalry might capture the hill. The depot would be horrendous. Trying to go after a supply. Some freaks. Maybe they'll get melted by the militia though. Okay, they just outplayed us this time. It's really bad. They took my supply. They routed my unit. Took many casualties. And now their infantry is here. Horrible. Just restart. This is why I didn't want to play on the highest difficulty. This would get even worse. I need to also play it slower. I played way too fast. Just wanted to get to the same point as quickly as possible. I cannot do it. If I do it, I'll die. This map specifically is just incredibly mean. You take so much permanent damage very easily. Yeah. There it is, battle. Troops don't have enough gumption. Why are they ignoring the bullets and bayoneting everything? Unfortunately, not how it works. And they got also flanked by the cavalry, so that it inflicted some morale damage. So melee is good, but it can backfire really hard. Which, when that happens, it's actually insanely bad. Hello, Karyu. I don't like cavalry in this. Infantry have better staying power and damage output. Yes, they do, but not against artillery. And we can just absolutely gut their army from behind. Problem is that you need to get there, and they are getting like 1500 up to 2000 free cavalry each battle, which I kill every battle, then they get new ones. And if they have 200 of theirs fighting 500 of mine, theirs will win. So yeah. Incredibly frustrating. We managed to get very far the first attempt. Are airborne, we're supposed to be surrounded. It's from a movie, I think. I don't know which one. Is it Vietnam War movie? I think it is. Shoot them in the face. Do it. No. Okay. Can do it. Jesus is doing some melee, that's not good. But this is all of their cavalry, I think. Ooh, this time they didn't flank around too much. Oh no, they have more. Yeah, they have 2,000, over 2,000 in this battle alone. And we killed 1,700 last battle. Really frustrating. This unit already routes. How come their cavalry can overrun infantry but mine cannot? And they don't have skill points. Like, they don't have any. I have one, and my cavalry sucks. Cheeky breaky game, I think it cheats. Freaking cheats. Stat cheats are the worst. And this is this exact type of cheats. I hate. Okay. Took some losses. Let's try to not have them capture that. Try to help out. Absolutely destroy that unit. They lost a lot of cavalry, but still have plenty more. Need to take care of this one, just absolutely make it cease to exist. Otherwise it's gonna haunt us for the rest of our days. Also, one of our units needs to go here now. So otherwise we'll have a very tough time. This unit is gonna protect this. I'm not confident at sending them out totally, but the farm is fine. Yeah, we managed to capture that. It's actually good. Let's go back. Now this is not looking terrible, but they have skirmishers here, I'm sure. Yes. Skirmishers are gonna be a pain. Let's try to send our cavalry to deal with that. Take positions in the forest. And how are we doing on kills? Yeah, we lost more on the infantry, but that was kind of expected. Just a price we have to pay to deal with their cavalry. Move forward a little bit. And flanking fire if possible. 2 skirmisher units. Move up. Trying times like these, where all seems lost, you should always ask yourself, what would Togaboy do? I think he would yell at the general for wasting all the manpower and the cash, and then send a bunch of blue boys after him. Unfortunately, I cannot do that. So I'm not in command of the blue boys. And their cavalry is still somewhere out here. It's terrifying, they can ruin my plans. Ah, there is a freaking infantry block, okay. Guess the blue boys are getting to ascend then, yes. They were. This is my punishment. Maybe somehow deal with this. Nope, out of there. Yeah, there is cavalry coming. Go back. Go back. Let's go into a safe space and see what happens. Also move this unit slightly. Bad. I cannot even flank because they are guarding that pretty well. Guess my general can go here. Okay, let's recover some condition if possible. Yeah, cavalry is coming. Move here. Skirmishers. Okay. move up. There. I feel trapped. At least they are wasting their efforts on the militia, that's fine, but this is not fine. MacArthur will bring the pain. Try to swoop in. Shoot at that cavalry in it. No, let's not. This would be 2000 shots to the flank. Wanted it so bad. Let's go back slightly. I want more cover. Skirmishes are also an issue. I would like to take care of them, but I cannot. I think we are doing pretty well with the infantry fight. These guys killed 300 and lost none. Militia also holding up pretty well. The bad spot is this, basically. We also wasted a volley. So now the cavalry will have a free rein. Might try to rush us. Don't mind them. Fine. I cannot go in. I would lose a lot. Now we can. They wasted a volley. Them help. I'll also shoot them. No, you elected to shoot something else, okay. Just need to hold, we'll get the reinforcements eventually. But it's all more of my units, which means all of this damage is actually on my proper army. That's bad. I already lost a lot of guardsmen. They are expensive to replenish. I'm gonna have to give them recruits, I think, instead of veterans. It's always bad. Now the skirms should get wrecked. Can we somehow sneak in? I think we can. Just about. If these guys wasted a volley already. These guys are shooting now. Let's hug that side. Sneak in. Skirmishers! Not the freaking skirmishers! They will capture my stuff. No? Try to go in here. Okay. Try to at least dismantle some of that. Skirmishers are skirmishing, they are just beelining it for my victory point. It's not a skirmish, my dude, that's... some proper cheese. One might even say super cheese. Go. Don't get caught by the bad people. Skirms. Deal with them, you have to do it. These guys are running. That doesn't make me feel good at all. Can you finally deal with it? Please, just do it. Okay, let's defend that. I'm worried that these might turn around and shoot me. Okay, we destroyed that unit. Now some canister. Actually, okay. What's not okay if this turns around and shoots me. The general, go here. Cavalry. Cavalry, not the cavalry. Meat shield, send them in. Everything's falling apart. Absolutely everything is falling apart. Destroyed that unit. Not the last one, but I'm worried. They are already turning around. Let's snope out of there. Somebody's wounded. Fine. Their cavalry actually got dismantled with 1 unit of 200. That's good. And go in again. They are trying a massive charge. Gonna be a problem. Let's send the general support that. We have numbers. They might capture our stuff with that. They are trying to aggressively use the skirms. Okay, now they have fired off, so let's try to finish off that artillery unit. Okay, let's try to shoot that. No, not another. This is gonna get dicey. Go back. No, it's a mass cavalry charge. They are going after the supplies. Go there. It's on this there. This is incredibly bad. Everything feels like it's falling apart. Skirmishers, total clusterfuck. It's their cavalry. They elected to use them very aggressively. That unit is now routing because of the cavalry. Let's try to send our own, but it's not gonna work. They're gonna shoot me in the face. Because it is falling apart. Your words don't bring me comfort. You know that? But there is truth to them. Which is the worst. I think it is falling apart. Like really. This is not looking good. This is like incredibly heavy losses. And I don't think their army is actually gonna take these losses that we are inflicting here. Let's try to pursue, I guess. This is still somehow holding, but this unit is routing. Fix it up. I cannot get that supply. Cannot get it. Go after these guys instead. And yeah, let's pursue. This unit needs to go there. They're already turning around with the cavalry. Didn't want to allow me to consolidate position. I mean, it makes sense. They are playing well, but it doesn't make me happy. Just really, come on. Infantry escaping the battle. No, not really. I know it makes Hearts of Iron 4 player sad, but unfortunately that's not the option. Okay, let's take one of these artillery, leave them there. Go these, leave them here. Now this is gonna pursue the cavalry, I think. What about their cavalry? Are we? Yeah, we are fighting them. Get rid of them finally. I'm gonna struggle with supply maybe, because I lost mine. And I cannot capture those. I'm probably gonna kill them if anything, and if I kill them, I'm gonna lose them. And that's a lot of supply there in these wagons. At least here we sort of did well. Also, Litrington should be inflicting some damage on the flank. More skirmishers? No! Go away. After you kill the cavalry, it might be time to get the supply. How are we doing here? They are still holding up somehow. I have a huge advantage, just die. It is immense. This mission is immensely painful. I think I talked about it before. But this mission is special. It's like way worse than the other missions. I feel like I lost a lot I lost a lot of good men. Not gonna be easy to replace at all. And I think the AI is just gonna go magic wand, poof, and then the entire army is gonna be recovered because, oh hey, Lincoln sent you like 76 million men. You are totally fine. But your unit just arrived, so it's doing some flanking fire. It's good. What's not good is this cavalry situation. And there are our supply wagons in here. Getting these salt crystals. Yes, you should. Don't worry, Lincoln, we'll just pull together 300 brigades out on the side. yeah, I mean, Kerry is right. Kerry is totally right, I think. As I said, I'm not too familiar with American Civil War history, but I'm pretty sure the Union had a definitive advantage in terms of numbers, for the most part. Yeah. No. It's fine. I like this. I actually enjoy this. It might seem like I'm in crippling, excruciating pain, and I am, but I'm actually enjoying this. Which is the worst part. I shouldn't be enjoying this. Send the good old Latrington out. Some pot shots. This is fun. It's like the joke in the burning building, but instead of this is fine, this is fun. I like that. I should make it a meme, I think. The Art Museum of Pain would appreciate that. Like, have the Ultimate General Civil War in the window of the house. So they are trying to sneak my supply out. I'm going to disable shooting, I think, and just go after them. They are exhausted, but they should make it. Also that unit routed. Go after them, disable shooting as well. Apply surrender, that's good. But there is one cavalry unit that's somewhere over here. And again, it's making me paranoid. They are just evading me. I need cavalry. Capture that, and I need to do that before the battle ends. Otherwise, they are gonna keep it, I think, and it's like 40,000 cash in terms of supplies. Just let yourself be captured. Come on, you can do it. Eventually, one day, they will catch up. And then it will be all good. They're all lacking the range, so let's advance a little bit. So silly, is it? I thought it almost seemed strange to me, but yes, it is the supply wagon of the entire army. Come on. You can do it. Don't let it escape along the bank. Now we can catch it. We've cornered them, I think. Yes. Okay. Enable shooting. Rogue wagon. It's not like one wagon, it's supposed to be a supply wagon train for the army. So it would have like insane load of stuff on it. But yeah, it's insanely fast. I'm tempted to run after Tuttle, but I'm pretty sure Tuttle is gonna cave in face of many a cavalryman. So I really shouldn't. This unit is getting its ass handed to it. It's my guard. Super Cheese is getting shreked. Battle is coming. Like Battle is trying to charge this. I don't think that's gonna work for him very well. Let's try to capture another supply. Oh, they have cavalry here. Okay. Try to go after them, but I think they will evade me. Yeah, they are trying to evade me. Now Tuttle is coming back to protect the supply wagon. Again, the AI's obsession with supply is immense. It really doesn't want that to fall into my hands. Okay, this unit is routing. Super Jesus. Had enough. Need to finish them. Finish them off. I would like to get that, but it might very well be impossible. Let's try to corner their horse, maybe. Might be good. Let's enable firing. Go back. Now they might want to go after us. No, they are still trying to evade. Chase them into the edge of the map. Why are you so bad at light cavalry? Why? Move up the cannon. Yeah, let's chase them all the way to the corner. The only way to get rid of them, I think. Unless they want to engage here. They might, because they are not as exhausted as we are yet. Well, look at that, I took like 30 casualties there. They took like 5. Now they are taking more because they are routing, but that initial charge was insane. What's up with the AI cavalry stats? I would like to know that one day. Doesn't seem to be the case with infantry usually, but the cavalry just seems like it's cheating. Now they have less, so maybe it's not that bad. Yeah. 200 left, come on, surrender. Surrender. No. Cannot have nice things. Whittling them down. Now we can advance into this forest. They are in the corner. Our chance. Yeah, the best howitzers already killed 300 without taking any losses. It's good for 8 cannon. They are a very low number unit, but it's worth it. So what about the cavalry? It got melted, okay. But again, we took losses. Yeah, let's swing back around. Let's speed it up a little. Now, I'm gonna have to send the supply wagon here. They have some units left, but it's not really a lot. Still would like to destroy them though. Otherwise their units are gonna come back in the next battle and they're gonna be beefed up, and yeah, they survive, therefore they will get insane XP. So go back. Don't want to lose any skirmishers unnecessarily, if we can help it. Why? Are they looking like 900 men here? I'm gonna try to get rid of them finally. supply wagon, they are guarding it though. They won't let me take that. Never. Ever. Get that position. I think this is militia, yeah. In which case we are fine. And the cavalry. Converge on that. Guard casualties. Don't like to see that. Come on, surrender. Do you want to? Yes. Okay. Cavalry to the back. Our units here. Cavalry there. How's this looking like? Not great. But Tuttle had taken some severe damage. The next, this one. I think the supply wagon might be exposed a little, but Tuttle is still around. Gonna have to capture him. Coming back. They are all coming back. Need to be ready to bounce on something. So we need to be mindful because we are actually taking some damage now. And this is our army, so it's not militia. We'll have to recover all these losses and it's gonna be painful. We lost like 800 men on that. Horrible. It's actually the one unit that took the most damage is actually our best one, which is the worst. Absolute worst. Into the forest. There is still a unit in here somewhere, I think. Might be this one actually. Okay, what do we do here? They want to go after Letterington, so let's not have that happen. Advance. And I would like to swing around to capture something, but it seems like they are just always recovering the morale, so I cannot justify that. Speed it up a little. Eventually, we'll get our chance. Yeah, each time they advance, they actually take a lot of damage and then they run off. Skirms took some hits. They actually are in the forest now. Go back. Get the line here. Artillery. They are in the freaking forest, but they want to come out. But fine. Should absolutely melt. They just noped out of that. The artillery should be setting up soon. Move a bit more forward. Tuttle. Can't Tuttle just die. No. Can just advance, I think, a little bit. Cannot risk it. Oh, it's bad. 600. They could totally inflict some real damage. Get away with their supply. Could also end the battle. They only have like 1300 left, but they would get XP because their brigade survived, I think. We just need to take care of them with minimal losses, and that's gonna be a problem. They will always inflict some losses, I think. In no situation we would be coming out without anything happening to our own forces. Oh my goodness, that's yeah. You just got out. Stole that wagon. They are in the freaking forest. I'm tired of them. Let's try to get rid of them. Nope. They have more. Okay. At least we broke them. What do we do? If we had militia, I would totally send them in to deal with that. Or actually, we do have our own militia, which is only having... They only have reward farmers. I think that's actually the deal. Oh. Okay, the battle just ends. Maybe better, because I would be bothering about that for like a half an hour. So... They actually had less strength in total, but most of our army wasn't present. Start, I don't think. They had more cavalry. Oh yeah, they had more. And they had more artillery as well. They lost it all though. They lost a lot of stuff. We also lost 2,300 men. Gonna be significant. Officers 2 wounded, that's good, nobody died. Yeah, but overall I think it actually isn't that bad comparing it to the other losses, but you need to always consider the AI cheats. Therefore these losses are superficial, while our losses actually matter a lot. What did we get? 12 pounders? Was hoping for some better guns. No such luck. Some Springfields, Bolts, Sharps, all crap. Okay. Something. We'll get the reward, that's the big thing. Let's get level up for our cannons. Logistics. Level up for our cavalry. Force training, and it's gonna have to be... Do I justify giving them rookies? Yes. I just cannot afford veterans, I don't think. Infantry, that is rookie territory.
Yes, sir.
Guard. Only a few people missing. Fine. Militia for sure. Recruits. Skirmishers only took very superficial losses. Cannot really get people on this. We don't have the cannon. Jeez, we lost a wounded commander. We're gonna have to hire a new colonel. It's a guard unit. How much would it cost me? 35,000. Let's do it. It hurts. Infantry, just recruits. Get them. These guys and a new commander. Okay. What about the second corps? It didn't actually participate. That's fine. We have some unnamed units. If anybody wants to name one, now would be your chance. Gonna take a look at career. Politics. Shiloh is gonna be the next battle. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to use a bunch of our stuff. Let's get the manpower. And I'm gonna create a second militia, I think. Gonna give them reward farmers again. Another division, another infantry. Springfields. Might be useless at everything else, but they really love you in Richmond. Yeah, they do. Which means they send me more shiny things. And I need the shiny things, otherwise I will die. The other skills are good, but nothing is as good as the politics. And also, of course, army organization is very much necessary. So basically we are crap at training and reconnaissance, and we are gonna keep it like that for a long time. Expand this corps again. I don't think we should do another cavalry in it. Maybe make a new... yeah, we should make a new 12-pounder in it. That's 4th howitzer. I think. Yes. What else? Do we create a cannon unit? It's gonna suck, but it's gonna be something. 7 cannon. What else do we make? Cavalry? I think we have some golds. Yeah, plenty of them. This is 4. We can create more. I should beef up the first corps a little bit. Do we do another guard? I don't think so, we don't have weapons. We have some Enfields, but not nearly enough to equip a full unit. I'm tempted to just go another militia, but we should do an infantry unit. So how many infantry units we have? Like 4. Get a 5th one. This one, let's create a new division. Skirmishers, Hunter.
Yes, sir.
Do the maximum. How are we calling the snipers? I forgot. Where are they? Oh, B. What else do we get? I don't really want more skirmishers. Instead we should do another infantry. It's gonna cost me though, because I don't really have the Springfields left. Let's take a look at the armory. Yeah, I'm out of guns. I do have sharps. Let's just do Shiloh, I think. Keep this. Maybe beef up the supply a little bit. Get it to full on each army. Okay, so several messages. In obedience to my received orders, we've battled the enemy and stay alert. And lost most of our artillery and supplies. I've already sent my battle report to headquarters, but please make sure your general will receive my request for more troops. If I don't have support quickly, I will have no chance to hold. We acknowledge that the army of General Marek is seriously pressuring your forces, therefore General Headquarters have decided to dispatch 3,100 of our best troops to assist your efforts. Dear General Marek, we have to warn you that the enemy is sending multiple infantry divisions towards your area by rail. We estimate that they are more than 15,400 soldiers with an unknown number of cannon. It appears that after the Battle of Stay Alert, the Federals are mobilizing for a major operation against you. That's the cheat I was talking about. Just, yeah, you managed to like weaken the army severely. Hey, just let me just fuck it up real quick for you. Okay. So they got stronger. They are even stronger than if we didn't do the side missions. Beautiful. Okay. If the game, Shiloh is gonna be a massive pain. Oh, we don't have nearly enough. Fine. Shiloh. General Grant has transported his army via the Tennessee River to this location, Pittsburgh Landing, and is preparing to advance further south. Yeah, with his cheat army. Okay. We are going to attack them at dawn when they will least expect us. Our corps will arrive from the southwest. Wouldn't they least expect us during the night time, but I guess that would be really bad for the combat as well. The Yankees are encamped and have most of their forces here. If we attack swiftly, we might catch them completely unguarded and capture their supplies. It's not gonna go well. A slight ridge at Shiloh Church creates a formidable natural defense and should be seized to secure our left flank. Not Shiloh. One thing Chad drove home for sure. Night fighting is an absolute nightmare and you should never do it. Yeah. Some people were pretty good at it though, if you specialize in it. I guess especially, it's not land battles, but Japanese Navy against the Russians was an absolute slaughter at Tsushima Bay. The Russian Navy was like horrendously bad, but at the same time Japanese did specialize in night fighting and then they kept it as a doctrine for their navy and then use it in Second World War as well against the Americans. They actually managed to win one like overwhelming victory. I think they almost destroyed a lot of transports with troops, but then they got scared of the US aircraft carriers and went back after inflicting severe losses. On the right we have to overcome this hilly terrain and then we can safely proceed to the north. Okay. It's gonna be horrible because they will have ironclads on the river. Last Union defense is expected here at Pittsburgh Landing. Watch for enemy gunboats on the Tennessee River that can bombard from long distance. Yes, I know. Hey. There are armies starting to advance towards the Union camp. Okay. Just let me do it. See what happens. Our first objective is to overrun their right flank near Shiloh Church. The Yankees are currently encamped and surely will not expect our presence. If we advance swiftly, we are going to have an easy job pushing them north. Not really, they will just always defend, but you can catch at least one unit in their camp, I think. You have the advantage, move fast and destroy them. Do it. This is our core. We have more units than we can support right away, so we need to decide which units we keep back. Cavalry goes there. I think the skirmishers are really bad in this map in general, so maybe we stick with more artillery instead. What is this? Infantry. I think I would like to save one of my guards units, second guard, for the first one. Cheese is pretty good. Which one do we scrap? Cheese goes back. I'm sure he will rejoin us later, but for the initial push, just the chaff is gonna do better. Dictionary seems to agree. Oh, my IPA skills are rudimentary in his. I cannot even reach that. To me, it seems like fair low. I'm totally mispronouncing things, it's fine. Infantry. Our artillery, also our cavalry is going to flank. Start the battle. Slow it down. Take 3 division or 3 brigades. Send them over here. Run them. Rest of the forces right here. Run them. Artillery. Gonna keep all of it together. Set it up there. Commander and wagon there. Cavalry. Should send one in the direction, one in here. Should have maybe kept all of them here because there will be skirmishers. See how we do. But you need to keep in mind skirmishers, if they get a volley off, they could be devastating to cavalry as well. So it might be better to just push with infantry like we do. Because they are afraid of the big blocks. Forward. We do have quite a few units. Maybe that's gonna work well for us. Go here. Okay, there are skirmishers. Go there. Gonna send one of the cavalry units behind. One go into the forest and overlook that. Terms. Destroy them. More skirmishers. Let's move forward. They are in the camp. They should take increased damage. Write them down. Send the skirms back. Try that. Go here and capture that hill. Okay, that's also captured. Okay. Try to swoop in. Oh, they have cavalry of their own. Okay, let's defend. I would like to get a volley off on them, but they are gonna be cheeky. They are retreating. It's a rush. Skirmishers are fine, I just am worried about the cavalry. Let's send these guys this way. Our own artillery. Push even more forward. With an attack wave. Go and take up positions. The cavalry didn't really do very well in terms of capturing stuff there, but we can keep this infantry in here. They need to hold this forest, basically. I think I'd like to hold this farmhouse and not by going inside it, because it's horrible. Why? These guys come there. These guys over here. In terms of this, we need to rout them again. Need to rout them so we can take positions in this forest and have a good position to fight from. And everything we have over here. Also our cavalry gonna have to go on the flank again. Don't do stupid things, just go forward. Okay, we chase them up. Good. There, and then our guard can take this position. Now we have time to recover a little bit. I think I'd like to capture that as soon as possible. Still haven't captured it. Gonna send this unit in there. Work. Has to work. Here. Yeah, now we have it. Skirmishers are fine. Okay, we have our own skirms. Try to send them around here. There are cavalry operational in there. Gonna be a problem. We have another infantry block. It's the first guard. Send it that way. I think I'm not gonna rush it. I want them to have some stamina left. I can hear a charge from somewhere. And it's likely from back there. It's actually fine. It's actually a precious cannon. This is the best howitzer. Let's send it back a little bit. Don't want them to take a huge amount of casualties. Where are the cavalry? The scary part. I think they want to recapture that objective. These are routing. It's quite good. They have some artillery in there. But can we swoop in? I don't think so. We also already lost 50 horsemen. That unit might lose more if there is the cavalry. There very well might be. Try to take a look. Gonna get absolutely shredded entire. They actually repositioned their artillery. I think they're worried. It might be on this hill. What is happening? This is a charge. Yeah, there is their cavalry. Attack the Union right. Our last corps are now arriving to attack the Union center and left flank. Gonna be tiny. General our attack has alerted the enemy to our presence. We must act swiftly. The Federals are building a defensive line and will soon occupy a very strong position. Maybe the Hornet's Nest, I think, after that. The center of the Union army is currently controlled from this location. Push forward and take it. Their left flank must be also secured. It should be lightly defended, as our pickers reported. The thing is, like in this game, it's usually, as you can imagine, it's easier to defend rather than attack. So each mission that forces you to attack is a huge strain on your resources, while the defensive battles are actually the ones where you get like net positive in terms of cash and manpower. Advance and watch your flanks, General, and the Union army may counterattack from behind those woods. Okay, we've got one artillery in. We'll get more. Anderson? Oh, this is just AI, like militia units. Well, in that case... Onwards. Onwards to victory. They are quite chunky as well. Let's get the artillery close. Now the separate side of the battle we had before isn't really connected, but then eventually we'll just get the entire big battlefield with all the units. And that's gonna be hard because you might mismanage a lot of stuff when all of that is happening. Another unit. Cannot send it into this wood. We do also have our own mounted skirmishers. Another unit. So many units, okay. Oh, that's a lot. How am I gonna even fit them all? And this unit there. There might be some enemy cavalry. Skirmishers are getting shredded. It's cavalry. Try to shoot it. Come on. Can do it. Yes, it took some significant losses. Advance. Advancing. They have artillery there. Leroy Jenkins. There. General, have another unit. Send this one cheekily to the side, like that. Keep pushing, no matter the losses. It's actually better to fight them quick. Jenkins took volley to the face. Try to overwhelm this. Yeah, Jenkins is routing. Fine. Cannon. Their cavalry is trying to fight us again. Get a volley on them. Try to flank. Keep shooting, and once they're out, we'll actually advance. Oh yeah, shoot the artillery. Every cannon we kill is great. They only have 800 men in there as well. You can maybe overrun this pretty quick. Go. Don't stop for anything. Melee this. Jenkins comes back. Just overrun it. We haven't even had time to bring up our artillery yet. The cavalry, just get it. They are routing. Make sure it stays that way. More units. This is all the militia units. And this guy there. Yeah, advance, advance. There's no time to waste. This artillery needs to go. Routing as well, it's good. I have more stuff, I'm gonna take a position in that forest there. Just keep following them. Fine. Don't let them recover. They are in the corner here, that's gonna be good for us. Get the general. Shoot the cavalry. Gonna be the end of them. Okay, they are trying to charge out of the woods. Might be a little worried, so let's send our general. Put them to pieces in that corner. Still pursue them. Didn't have more. Maybe they have, but be fine. Okay, a lot more. It's random. Yeah, they have more in there. Still, any losses we do are good. Remaining reserve. Cannon. Just shoot them up. Come on. Advance into the field. Need to cut back on their territory and pursue them all the way to the corner, if possible. Breaks. Work. Shiloh Church is at risk, okay. Yeah, now we get control back. The Union's resistance is stronger than expected. Their troops are preparing for a counterattack. We must hold Shiloh Church. Keep the right flank under pressure. Don't fail us, General, or we will have to withdraw. Okay, let's pause it. They are gonna immediately charge us, I think. Back, these skirmishers are threatened, I think. Keep them in this field. Cavalry, they are charging. Let's go back across the river if we can make it. Keep the prisoners there. Oh, they got a unit through. Okay, let's go back to this to destroy that. This unit, just hold this position, that's fine. Advance a little bit with this one. Should be well set up. Oh Oh yeah, we destroyed that completely, okay. Run. Run. Gonna have to send this brigade over the river. They're gonna use their infantry to advance now. They might even charge this. Gonna keep the skirmishers here. I'm afraid they will do it. This is very scrappy line. Organize it a little bit, even if the cover will be a little less. Increased firepower is good. Because also you need to consider that if you are firing from the woods, you are also wasting a lot of shots as well. Which is not usually a big problem, but in this circumstance it might be well suited for it. Because they really shouldn't have that much. We inflicted a lot of losses before. Let's try to go into this wood. They should have the artillery there, it's juicy, I want it. I want to get it. Advance the back, yes. We'll never give up Shiloh. I think they should have a lot more units in the end encampment. But this force really shouldn't be that big of a problem. They are sending the cavalry, that's what I was worried about, but yeah, get a volley off and that will melt their face. Surprisingly, not that many casualties actually. It's flank. It's risky, they could take a lot of damage, but it's gonna be good, I think. They are coming. Keep the prisoners close. Cannons. Cavalry in here. That one is still routing, but I don't feel confident going in there. There for sure is more. Yeah, 1500 infantry unit would have been really bad if I went in there. Let's hold this wood. And skirmishers to the front. I would actually like to get this urban area under control as well as this. No, I don't want to detach skirmishers. Run them. With this, just advance into the field, it's fine. We'll take losses for sure, but not much we can do about that. We'd have taken them anyway. Use our advantage while we have it. Let's try to go along the bank. A lot of units, and they have forest. Turn back a little bit. Don't want to take unnecessary casualties like that. When we bring our cannon there, we might do better. Still cannot use the cavalry, I don't think. Might be able to just gut it from all the way behind, but better to just leave them a chance to waste their units, because they really should be attacking us. They shouldn't defend here, but they are reluctant. They also are in the woods. It's good for their defense, obviously. Try to stagger them like that. Can you shoot? Move up. Now they might be, yeah, they are charging. Might be our chance. They'll get shredded. But them retreating is actually bad. They will go into the artillery and guard it unintentionally. So they have advanced there. And that's good. Slightly. Try to outnumber them. I'm actually gonna try to take this forest. trying to come at us, but several volleys should see them off. Yeah, blast them with cannon. I think we are very close to actually merging our two battlefields here. What was that? General Grant spotted. He came to see his army being destroyed. Okay. He has a bunch of artillery in there. Okay, let's send this unit there. This unit here. Random. I think I'll want to grab that first. Yankees are... What? Bluecoats are establishing a second barrier of defense. They are desperate to hold their position. Surround them and give them help. Okay. So this is the other part of the battlefield again. We must overrun the Union defense in order to secure our path to Pittsburgh Landing. General, if you fail, our whole offensive will become disorganized and collapsed. We are counting on you. Okay, no, it's already disorganized because this battle is taking place in like 5 separate spots. How does this look? I need to take a look at this. Okay, we are chasing that. That's fine. We can continue. Just continue running these guys down. Same with our reinforcements. Just run them in here. My unit is here. That's really bad for them. They are gonna for sure rout. So might as well run them over here. Run this forward. Canister shot that. Should destroy this completely. And my unit is taking a beating. Just spawned right in the middle of them. Okay, run forward. Don't let them recover at all. This is a mess. Okay, forward. Canister that. This unit is taking an absolute beating. Okay, 1700 men from MacArthur. This unit still keeps advancing. I'll take this wood. Do we have a general? Yeah, let's recover. Hold the forest. We shoot out of it pretty well. It's actually going pretty bad for our Jenkins here, so we're gonna have to send him back. Okay, we inflicted a lot of damage. They might try to counterattack, yeah. Try to shoot that. Oh, they stopped quite a way away. They are not able to reach it reliably. Send this unit this foot. It's actually the one that just recovered, so let's just march it. I'm gonna have to send my other unit there because there is also cavalry. It's under threat of overrunning us. This entire side needs to go there. That. I'm gonna have to send this unit to deal with that. They are exhausted, but that's fine. This is all militia. I don't really care about them. Their only purpose is to provide us with weapons, basically. We're not gonna go out of our way to kill them, but if they happen to die, we're gonna have to take that. Do we have extra stuff? Yes. A bunch of artillery. Let's send it here. It's their artillery. It's pretty juicy. Might be able to shoot it up. Yeah. But dire mistake by them. Jenkins, just come back and try to shoot at them. While this is still gonna push in. Still push in. Surround them. I'm gonna have to advance even into the fields, it's fine. I really need cover, we have the momentum. Should run. Alright. No, it's not doing too well though. They're fine. I think. Yeah, we are fine. Send them off with a volley if possible. How are we doing here? Yeah, overrunning. Do it. A huge blob, 3000. Go into this foot. Try to flank fire this. This is their Hornet's Nest, this is their key point and surrounded by open area. So it's definitely dangerous to approach it. If you can flank it from behind, that would be the best option. Just come on, finish this finally. This brigade has been here for the entire battle. Letting go forward, you are wasting some shots. Just attack. Switch Anderson around a little bit. General supply. I'm having trouble catching up their army. Come on, you can do it. Let's stop right about here, I think. Maybe into the buildings. Find if we take losses. Make sure we inflict damage in return. All I ask. They are taking some considerable losses. This cavalry just needs to go. They took so many hits already. Still alive. Okay, we managed to push these guys back, so let's advance. They should have some real trouble soon. I mean, our artillery is, we only have one unit here, really. Second one is repositioning, but even the musket fire in there should be doing pretty well. Surround them. They are maybe trying to counterattack. Feels like it, or maybe it's just the cavalry noises. Yeah, it's cavalry. Again. Back. Over here. What about this? It's not finished yet, okay. Go in and finish them, please. Make it happen. We're gonna have to shift our guys a little bit. This unit will start fighting that. Unit shift up there. See it here. Not enough space. Advance to Pittsburgh Landing. Oh no, this is where we get the entire army, I think. It's gonna be tough. Okay, there it is. General Grant is establishing his last line of defense at Pittsburgh Landing. Don't hesitate. Attack and victory will be ours. This battle is just a massive free-for-all. The ironclads USS Tyler and USS Lexington have been spotted off the banks of Pittsburgh Landing and present a threat to our right flank. It is advised to not get too close to them. And I forget. We shouldn't. Slow the game down. There might be some stuff happening. Okay. We now get the entire battle and we're gonna have to make sure we overrun everything. Like they could ever win a civil war. Well, they can. They did. And they probably will again if they continues to cheat like crazy. Okay, let's connect our forces up. They have 200 men here. That's inconsequential. Just run. Run. Unfortunately, a lot of my units now are not running, so I don't know which ones are and which aren't. It's gonna be a problem. We still have stuff here, but I'm pretty sure we can overrun it. Yeah, we'll need to do it. This is not a battle where you take up positions and shell the enemy for any period of time. Like, we weren't able to even get like 20 volleys from the cannons, I don't think. I could even charge this, but I really don't want to. Let's do it. Just run them over. This is the militia. This should be taking damage. If anything, this should. If we have some routing units, so be it. Where is the general? Just go in. Not looking well. Looking good. Somebody surrender. Good. Stop there. Super Jesus Brigade, and then use our cavalry most likely. They do have quite a bit of artillery as well. Makes it scary. But we just overrun it. That's fine. Yeah, trumpet noises are insane. Where is the general of this army? Let's go here. Yeah, we are having some routing units now. Definitely not great. Come on, just capture it. They have artillery in there. I'm gonna try to go there, but they might have reserves. But it's worth a shot. If they don't, you can just overrun that. Artillery? I'm tempted to use my cavalry. I really am. Okay, let's slow the game down. Something is happening. Miller. Okay, yeah, that's the guys at the Hornet's Nest. This unit is also routing. I don't want them to route through my lines, which could totally happen. Yeah, like here is just bad. They don't seem to have infantry in there, I don't think. What do we have here? Bunch of artillery. Okay, let's keep it. Maybe it can drive off the routing units. Don't let them capture Miller. Send this over. This is so chaotic. But can you tell what's happening? I think we are winning, but I'm also sure we are losing a lot of units. Especially this side, the left side is the important one. These are actually our units. Do we overrun? Let's try it. Let's try to overrun them. It's gonna hurt. Okay. Keep pushing. This unit is pretty chunky. Let's pursue it. But this as well, yeah. Come on, you can do it. Destroy the cannon. What about our guys? Yeah. Cavalry is gonna have tough time. There are blocks as well. Infantry. Go back. That will surrender. Okay, send it back. Just overrun everything. What we need to do. Absolutely encircle and destroy. Cavalry needs to go back. I took some losses. It was good. Probably it was worth, but now it's infantry time again. Another unit. What's this? Artillery. I'm gonna set it up here to fight any routing units. Go and pursue them, same as you. This unit, go forward. So how about this? Once we deal with this one, actually send all of this, try to fight this. Yeah. We shoot, that's fine, but melee would be what we need. Because we're also getting shelled from the ironclads. That's our problem. And here, let's just push forward. No time to count the losses yet. still haven't won this. Run. Run. Can't overrun this cannon. What's happening here? Got a few units, I'm gonna just hold them back with those. I'll actually move the cannon forward. General, supply, cannon there, that's fine. Another general, something here. 2 units, just target that. This unit, go forward. This is the tough part now. This is where we are gonna struggle, I think. So cavalry, just go along the flank. Maybe we can find an opportunity. In the meantime, just advance with everything. We've secured the Pittsburgh landing. Just hold this for us and we can shoot the cannons. They have infantry in here, so we need to be mindful of that. The militia is gonna deal with that. In here we should be doing well. Continue pushing. They still have cavalry in there. That can be pretty dangerous. They don't do something stupid. And it's a lot of infantry still, so I cannot rush the cavalry in. Right, cavalry, yeah, these are all the battle sounds there are. The ammunition is running low. Do we have a supply wagon? Somewhere we should have one. Here, send it over. Stuff might be happening all over the place. Yeah, okay, just keep fighting. And then let's do a cavalry charge. See what happens. Might be terrible, it probably will be terrible. Gotta take the chance. Let's route their artillery completely. Send this militia on these guys. Just overrun. These 600 are getting overrun, but not fast enough. And this farmhouse. Push. I think they are disintegrating. Their entire army should be on the run, basically. Advance a little bit. I think these are the mounted skirmishers. They were routed as well. So obviously not great, but it was a free unit. Infantry is routing. Go after that juicy artillery. Wrap around with the militia, and probably might be a good idea to just hold with these. And our cavalry actually needs to go back again, I think. We'll lose a lot of them if we don't. Where is the other unit? For it now, where is it? Here, okay. Their cavalry. Advance. Militia is here, okay, let's charge it. This is actually, they are routing my much larger unit. These guys wrap around. And push slightly. Not like it's silly amount, but need to inflict some damage. This one is still standing, so let's kill it. Okay, cavalry. So where are these guys? My question. I think they are just on the bank of the river here. Lemon surrender. Is it this one? Yes. Okay, that's good. We should get maybe more surrenders once the militia goes in. And they will go in. That is their purpose. I'm just gonna keep my regular units as a wall of sorts. Rushing the rest. Supply wagon emptied out. Yeah, you cannot resupply it. If it happens during the battle, it's just completely gone. But it will refill automatically once the battle ends to the amount of supply you actually bought. You don't have to buy the supply each time. Push slightly, just constrict that pocket. And again, overrun. Drive them into the river, yeah, that's gonna happen. But it's gonna be this creek, it's not gonna be the big river. MacArthur surrendered. People happy in the water, we are doing them a service. Take a swim. And we are driving them into our other forces. I'm worried, I don't know where their other units are. It appears they are here, yeah. Okay, they might try to recapture Pittsburgh. Yeah, they are coming here. So let's take these two units, rush them here. It's our units, which I don't like to use, but definitely don't let them capture stuff. It would have been real bad. So now it's time to send in the cavalry. We captured another unit. You know you are defeated, just give up. Up on ocean dolphin. Let's go in for the supply. We're actually gonna kill it. I don't like that, but it's gonna happen. There is another unit we haven't routed completely. Slipped through our greasy fingers. Not good. But it's, yeah, it's actually a multiple unit. Make sure they don't capture anyone ever again. And let's send cavalry over here. What are the other units doing? They are sending this unit here, so let's just concentrate firepower for this. They are using the ship's bombardment quite extensively. They are coming after a supply wagon, I'm pretty sure. They love supply. This cavalry, that is. Make sure it doesn't happen. Just went for it, but it backfired. Even though it's empty, yeah. Didn't realize that. At least that's making me a little happy, because the AI doesn't cheat. It doesn't know it's empty. Or it just doesn't care. In which case it's pretty bad. And I'm pretty sure it might be the case that it doesn't care, it's empty. It will still try to protect and claim more. It will hoard them. I also hoard them, but for other reasons. Oh, that's what's happening. They are just receiving free units from there. Okay. Okay. It's okay. We can deal with it. Just send everything. Let's continue overrunning that. Let's hope we can hold this properly. Definitely gonna be a lot of losses on our regular units, but at this point I cannot do anything about that. Just take it. Yeah, don't send the prisoners and the empty supply wagons and the skirmishers into melee. Things like that will not do very well. But prisoners are pretty good. Managed to capture quite a few. And I cannot send in the cavalry, it would get absolutely melted. They will try to recapture this into this forest. Like that. We have a general. Pretty sure we had a general at one point here. They might all be somewhere else. Cavalry. Just useless at this point. I cannot send it in, otherwise it will just die. They have their artillery there. Oh, they have a lot of stuff. They just gained it though. They didn't have it and then it spawned from this ridge. This is the final fight. Gonna be pretty tough, I think. Even though we encircled and destroyed like a whole bunch of them, it's just never ending. We lost control of Pittsburgh. It's fine. We'll gain it back. Give us a chance. I'm gonna have to send my cavalry this, maybe. Also just run this. Into combat. They are trying to come here as well. They might rout these units. Cavalry. It's neutral cannon though. I don't really care about neutral, like the militia cannon. I might try to save it. Shouldn't neglect that. Continue pushing. I've got more units here. Well, it happened. Freaking annoying cavalry. Just deal with it. Come on. Yes, the infantry is now not in a very good shape. But this is going fairly well, I think. Oh, the units are routing, mostly militia. Ships are still pummeling us. It's fine. And let's drive these guys all the way back here. If needed, if need be. I'm gonna take a lot of cavalry losses from this. Come on, out. Or actually, surrender. You know there is no chance. Come on. No. No, 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 no. Gonna have to chase them across the world. It's fine. Not ideal. There's a unit there that's still holding up. Okay, we managed to destroy that. That's good. We secured the Pittsburgh landing. Send back the guard. I don't want to take unnecessary losses on them. We managed to surrender this unit. It's a pretty big one. This is all they have left. I'm not sure if the battle will allow us to destroy the rest, probably not. And we shouldn't because there are the ironclads, so they could do some significant damage to us. They have some cavalry? No, those are the retreating ones, I think. Send this guy back. They should receive a lot of casualties here. Preferably we would want to capture as many as possible to avoid any other additional losses. If they don't want to, then it's fine. Shoot them apart. In this battle, the artillery is useless. Still shooting, but not great. Are these guys not running? Yeah, let's run them. Guys as well. Oh, surrender. And the battle might actually end soon. Oh, we can continue, okay. No. First no. Fine. Okay, let's take a look at it. So, strength, they had equal cavalry, infantry, and they had equal cannon, so this was pretty equal overall. A lot of our units were militia though, the guys that we got for free, basically, for this battle. They are not gonna stick around. Casualties, they suffered 17,000 infantry, we suffered 6,800 infantry. Cannons, we lost 4, they lost 72 guns. They have 7,200 missing, means captured, and 2,300 cavalry lost for them. We have 500, but a lot of that is just the skirmish cavalry we got. Yeah, but unfortunately, the game just at some point it will say, no more prisoners for you, because if you were able to get this many recruits, you would actually break the game. So it will say, oh yes, you captured 7,000 people, but you only gained like 500 extra recruits. It's a little bit cheesy like that. Take a look at the units. Of course ours are the best. First Guard Super Cheese only suffered 57 men killed and then destroyed 1,170. Insane. Officers. We have 1 wounded. Nobody dies, like our officers are just not dying. Good. Some of these might be the AI officers though. And guns. We captured 33 12-pounders. These are really outdated at this point. Sharps, 180. Palmetto, we captured quite a bit. Springfields. A lot of Springfields, as is customary. And recovered some lost supply as well. Some Napoleons as well. Not bad. So you can see here 7,000 prisoners, but we only got 1,000 recruits. And we got a free skirmish cav unit. Boris, I think we are playing a game. I would keep the political aspect out of it. Sorry, but I cannot allow that. I have to time you out for a little bit. What the timeouts are for. Don't take it the wrong way, but I cannot really have that here. So I'm sure you will understand. What do we need? If I go division organization, that's not gonna give us extra 500 men just yet. But we'll need that eventually. Yeah. Unfortunately, like, it happens. I can understand that. Everybody should understand that some things are just very hostile to Twitch, and especially some members of the audience, I imagine. So you really shouldn't push into that area, I don't think. Politics. Do we do politics or army organization? I'm gonna do army organization so we can get the other the bigger divisions for the main battle. That's gonna be pretty important. Take a look at the army. Battles. The incidents of Shiloh have taught us one thing: we cannot attack those rebels head on, we must flank them. In general, we need more divisions for this to occur. Frankly speaking, the thousands of recruits we are throwing into this fight, I heard about 43,700 soldiers will not make a big difference, seeing how capable Marek is. I would have doubled those troops and weakened our armies on the other fronts. So 43,700 extra units. Insane. What we will need to do, recover some of our units, so let's veteran our guard. I'm gonna pick a second skill for them, so for the guard, the marksmanship is pretty good, but the firearm scores might be better. Need to decide. I think marksmanship is just better because it doesn't decrease anything, while firearms is going to decrease our accuracy. Marksmanship. And infantry is gonna receive some recruits. Forest is our, yeah, this is the skirmish cavalry. Sort of is terrible. Let's get what is good for the skirmish cavalry. I think something that has fairly good range. Sharps is 230. Hook is, oh yeah. Give them the sharpses. Oh, it's gonna impact them quite a bit. Was a lot. Let's just keep 300 of them. I don't care. I don't like the skirmish cavalry much. Yes. Pile some recruits on there. It's fine. Our second corps wasn't actually even used, but it's okay. Infantry rookies.
Sir, yes, sir!
Cavalry rookies. Flesh kits. We have some weapons in the armor. Could beef this unit up and make them veteran. Yeah, it's worth it. Just make this to a very powerful unit. I'm gonna veteran the skirmishers as well. Guard. Give them better stuff, that's fine. We have some reserve, so let's get
Yes, sir.
Colonel and some militia unit. Let's just get them rookies. Infantry rookies. We can actually pick up skill. Sharpshooters can pick up a skill as well. Firearm scores, endurance scores. The endurance might be good for the skirms. This would decrease accuracy. But speed. And these are all done. We have some extra cannon on this. Buff it up. Veteran, 20,000, let's do it. And if we had more, we could order money and recruits. Or parrots. Is this parrot unit? Yeah. It's tempting. Gonna get it. 20. Make them veteran. Okay, we have some stuff left. Let's take a look at the world map. We have 3 side battles. Fourth Republic. What's the main one? Gain smell. This is a defensive mission, the main one. It's actually gonna be good for us. But we need to solve these things first, and that's gonna take a while. So, in the meantime, we should probably beef up our army. It's gonna be necessary. Take a look at the armory as well. Skirmishers, buy some Whitworths again. We already have 161. I could make another sniper unit that would already have them. but you need to be extremely careful about the snipers. If you lose any amount of them, it's just a reload to save, because these rifles are precious. Lemmat. I could start piling up some Lemmats for my cavalry, but cavalry is fine with just palmettos as well, usually, I think. Perhaps rifles. You like those? Perhaps Mogul 55. It only has 230 range though, so that's not great. We can take a look at the the scoped variant. It has 600 range. Absolutely insane. Yes. This scoped. The good stuff. I'm gonna get it, but I'm piling it up from day one and still only have 160 of them. Artillery. Buy this chunky parrot. Parrot has only been fed grease of seeds. Let's get... I guess we'll expand our first core. Parrot rifle. Yeah. Also need to expand the second core, but let's take a look at the armory first in regards to infantry weapons. So we have 7000 Springfields. You have Enfields. Oh yeah, let's take a look at Enfields. Armory, Enfield. 60,000 is a lot. Well, I'm gonna buy some of them. And we'll create a new guard unit. So that's our third one, I think. Yes. Give them the Enfields.
Yes, sir.
Give them that. And artillery, let's take a look. We have the 12 pounders, like a lot of them, but I think one of our howitzer units actually has like pretty bad things. Take a look at the second core. One has 12 pounders, this one has 6 pounders. Switch that up.
Yes, sir.
This one can get 8 extra rifled cannon. These are very weak, but they will whittle down enemy at range. Do we invest? No, let's just get the recruits. It's fine. This unit haven't even seen combat, I don't think. The veterans would be a waste. Now we have some free howitzers, the crappy variant. I think the worst ones are basically not worth it anymore. I'm gonna keep them for emergency cash. But yeah, we shouldn't really bother with them anymore. Question is, do we get? Yeah, let's get skirmishers, third snipers. Get them sharp or Whitworth. 161 Whitworth. Get them endurance cars. And something else. I think this is fine for now. I could create an artillery brigade of Napoleon. You understand, Morris? Okay, good. No hard feelings. You are always welcome. And I won't ban you or anything. It's fine. Just don't do that next time. So I'm glad we understood each other. So let's take howitzers, 12 of them. It should be fine. How many howitzer units we have? 4. Okay, glad to hear that, really. We have 4 already, so let's create another one. Yeah, let's give them Napoleons. And yeah, cannot get them more because the shop doesn't have more. I think that is a thing. You take a look at economy. There is not only a discount, but I think you should get like more goods. Or is it logistics? No, it's just reducing the costs. I was under the impression you could get extra weapons in the shop from some of this, but clearly that's not the case. Fine. So question is, do we beef up our other core? Again, let's take a look. I have some rifles. Yeah, we should create another infantry division, or not division. What is this called? Brigade. Fourth. I think we have fifth already, so let's create a sixth one. And cavalry. We have the Palmetto. Could do it. We have, oh, we would have a lot of cavalry in here. I'm not sure if we should do it. Maybe it's not that good of an idea. Cavalry is really fragile. So instead we should just get them another infantry unit. This is a seventh one. And I think that's it for our second core for now. We have some spare resources, but you should take a look at the maps and see what happens. I need to get my army not organization. Is it? How is it called? Yeah, army organization. If you get another level in it, it's gonna allow me to get 500 extra infantry into the infantry brigades, which is gonna cost a lot of money to fill up, especially the veterans. And then it also allows us to get some more cavalry into the divisions, so it's gonna be good. Take a look at some of these maps. I'm not sure which one is actually the easiest. Yeah, it is. Especially since the enemies will actually get up. You are limited, I think, to 4,000 max if you have the best army organization. But the AI can actually get unlimited. So at some point they will feel like 8,000, 7,000, things like that, and that can absolutely shred you. If you neglect the organization, then your 1,500 units, even if you have the best rifles, they will just get shreked, and then you will lose those rifles. So you really need to invest some points into that, otherwise the game is just gonna get ahead of you. First, Winchester. We've decided to launch offensive operations on the Union forces in the Valley, preventing them from reinforcing their offensive against Richmond. Must use bold strategy by employing the city and rapid, unpredictable movements on the whole valley. Therefore, we'll use small flexible force. Oh yeah, this one is good. On this one, you won't actually use your regular army, I don't think. Let's drop a save. And of course, the enemy got those 47,000 extra troops, so now it is stronger than ever. Somehow I have my own units. Okay, no matter. Give this a shot. It seems that the Federals decided to give a battle and deployed around the town of Winchester. Our scouts report that General Banks has no more than 4 brigades supported by artillery and light units. Oh yes, so he's gonna have a definitive advantage. You have at your disposal a significant force to crush the Federal army and capture the city. I think this one is pretty tough, if I remember correctly. The enemy is outnumbered, so we need to prevail on the field. Betting us we can inflict at least 30% more casualties to the enemy. Godspeed. Okay. This is the first battle where we'll actually use the snipers. Let's take a look. Snipers. I'm gonna have to disable one of the units, and it's gonna be the freaking ranged cavalry, which is just horrible. Get the snipers all the way here. Cavalry gonna chase out the skirmishers from those woods. And then I would like to use infantry instead of guard units. We save up some money on veteran recruitment. and then cannon. So that's all bar units we can get. As the game told us, they will have artillery, they will have at least 4 infantry brigades, they will have light units, so it means cavalry and skirmishers, so they will have the advantage actually. But no matter. We will probably get reinforcements at some point. Chase out the skirms. Already lost 1 sniper. We're fine. And these snipers here. Start shifting our artillery in there. Just 2 brigades there, 1 there. General supply and chase them out. Need to completely destroy them if possible, otherwise they are gonna be a bother. They're shooting us with artillery. Another skirmisher in it. Take some losses, it's okay, but I really want to avoid the big ones. Yeah, let's go back. Some skirmishers are not gonna be that big of a threat, I don't think. Advance the infantry, anchor it there. Our own artillery there. Then our cavalry need to go into this wood. I think they will get some carabiniers, like ranged skirmishers in there. Let's take a look at these snipers. You can see the range is pretty huge on them, but their vision might be a little bit bad right now. We can also improve them at some point later. Just go into the wood there and try to surround that location. Worried about this field. If there are skirmishers, I'm gonna suffer. The snipers are... we cannot take losses on them. If we do, it's gonna be incredibly bad for our army. Hey Frankie, welcome. You rotate the corps between battles, or can you deploy all corps in one battle? It depends. In this battle, it only allowed us to get 1 corps, and even if we had 4, we would only get 1. And only 8 brigades. So even if the corps had to rotate, we couldn't. And I tried to keep my first corps as the elite corps, usually, because that's gonna be where most of the heavy fighting will be done by them. So in animation, I can actually like tell, or the game tells you, like this position will have to be defended heavily, which means you should get your main corps there, and then your secondary corps will be more about flanking or just generally holding enemy units. So they don't actually need to be that strong, but you need to keep all your corps recovered. It's very bad if you run out of material and men. It's not what am I gonna do, it's already gone bad. You cannot let that happen, because the AI will outscale you. They are absolutely insane in terms of cheats they get. So if you think, yeah, I've won a battle, but I lost like 80%, it's not gonna work. The AI will just say, oh yes, I just received 70,000 men. Okay, those are the units I was talking about. Go in. They're trying to do a charge. Yeah, we got a surrender out of that. It's good. 500 captured. General, help out. Send this over. I'm gonna try to snipe some of their artillery crew also. How are we doing in morale? It's actually fine. Now some canister will do wonders. Actually strange how canister does not do friendly fire even in melee. But that would probably make the game frustrating if anything, because the AI just loves to charge in. So you would get a lot of that happening all the time. It's cavalry. It's worrying slightly. Where is our cavalry? Here. I'm gonna send it there. Pretty sure this can hold its own. There are some artillery units. I'm gonna try to go here. See what happens. This brigade is retreating, so not too bad. I'm gonna advance into this farm. Push the artillery forward. Munition wagon and commander. These can actually hide in there. Fine. So do we see any... Yeah, there is artillery unit. Let's try to chip away at it. And then send cavalry back here. They actually have the unit here, yeah. We'll try to go in. Shoot it. Gonna keep this one here though. Against cavalry. Are you shooting? Yes, they killed 9 already. They will always get hidden again, since they are snipers. They will shoot, and then sometimes they will be uncovered for a little bit, and they will hide again. A lot of canister shot, but they should really suffer. Yeah, they're trying to run away. I wonder how this old history path ends, just in a split USA, or if you march into Washington or New York or Boston. I'm not gonna spoil it. If you are really impatient, you can find it, but we're gonna find out, hopefully, if I don't die to the horribly cheating AI at some point. I'm gonna capture those supplies. Could uncover my snipers, which would be horrendous. March forward. With this as well, just go into the grain field. There is a charge happening. It's probably from the forest. Oh yes, it's happening here. Okay. And the infantry. That's fine. If this unit goes more in the back, I'm gonna just snag it. Keep shooting. Another unit is coming out. Gonna be dangerous for sure. Let's retreat a little bit. We don't necessarily need this location and it's costing us a lot. Pile up our cavalry here. March all the way to Ontario. Actually, it's such a USA scrap. I don't even know where freaking Ontario is. If the snipers die, this restart territory. Try to charge with cavalry. Yeah, we lost 1. It's not too bad. Try to disengage. Not gonna happen, most likely. If the cavalry is actually okay, if we manage to disengage now. Cannot lose the snipers. It would be the worst thing. Go here. General there. Fly here. Okay, skirmishers. Shoot them. Are they having an infantry mission? No. Oh, that's a lot of cavalry. This mission is incredibly mean. They have a lot of stuff. Like, these units are absolutely packed. I think I'm gonna have to pick something else than the snipers. They haven't really paid off. It would be good if we just took a long time to whittle them down from a distance. But we just don't have the opportunity to do that, I don't think. Let's try to load it. I'm gonna pick a different composition. Even the cavalry actually didn't do too well. Mr. Infantry. Guard is not participating this time. Militia, I think I'd like militia. Why this guy is not making it? I'm going to keep the cavalry because it's going to be useful against the dragoons. And we can pick one more brigade. I'm gonna have to consider which one. One is pretty good. The cannons. We want an advantage in artillery. I think we don't necessarily. Might benefit from another infantry unit. Go here. Crouch them out of the area. It's infantry unit. Can actually like capture the farm, I think. I'd like to even keep artillery unit here actually. Let's keep that one there. This one here. This one by the tree. This is just militia, so it's fine. Artillery. Commander. Supply. Let's run our cavalry in here. Their skirmishers should be chased off. They'll probably try to charge us with their brigades again, like they did last time. Morris's mortars are here. Wait until this happens and then we can actually do something. They can pick away at us with their artillery a little bit, that's fine. Like 1 or 2 soldiers each time, that volley happens. Okay, charge them. Nope. There is no dispersed formation for the weak-minded. Cannot imagine why would you want to do that while faced with canister and shit. Oh, this is not Game of Reasons. Or rather, it is a Game of Reasons, its own very strange reasons. But overall, I think this game isn't actually bad. I'm quite enjoying it, even though it can be a bit painful in terms of how the AI gets its army. But overall, I don't hate it. It's kinda rare. There was their brigade there, but they retreated it again. They also have artillery, I think, here, and probably in here or here. Another one there. Always thought it is odd that Britain and Mexico were just sitting at the sidelines while there was infighting. Yeah, Europe had some other trouble going on at this time. I think this is the time of Franco-Prussian War, if I'm not mistaken. I might be off. Britain was happily selling weapons to both sides, while Mexico is a little strange, because Mexico had some wars with America before. They lost a bunch of territory. Austro-Prussian brothers were, yeah, sorry for the I mistaken that one. The Franco-Prussian one happened after. So yeah, actually, 1866 was the... Oh, wasn't it? I'm gonna have to check it. Just, it will bug me. Happened 14th of June to 22nd of July 1866. Yeah, that's what I thought. American Civil War. And April 12, 1861 to April 26, 1865. So it's basically after this that the Austro-Prussian War happened. Actually, I know some things about it because the town I'm from, actually was a site of one of the major battles in this war. It started just after this ended, Second Schleswig War, immediately before that, yeah. Okay. So what do we do next? We have to make some tough decisions. So while I would like to just let them come at us, they are not gonna do that. So let's go and advance into this field a little bit. I need to get some vision. Militia, advance, and advance. Cavalry, just keep it here. And artillery here. Hello Raider, welcome. You just tried the second custom campaign mission. Oh man, it's so much harder than the first. Yes, it is. It is hard, but I think it's good, sort of. I hope it's not trash. I think the timescale is actually fine. Like, you get a fairly good initial time to set up, but after that it just becomes harder, because the game will expect you to have a lot of stuff ready. I'm gonna probably stream it. Maybe after I create another map, I can pull like 2 maps together, because playing only one map, it's incredibly bad. Okay, I need to restart. The vision from this hill is absolutely zero. You don't have any idea what's here. Oh my god. Okay, let's just talk with Raider a little bit about Stronghold. We've been playing this for 8.5 hours. My sanity is eroding quickly. It really is good. I like the market, cheese weapons. So I have to gather iron and make weapons to reach slow cheese for trade. Pretty cool. Yeah, also only 3 Fletchers. So I don't really like having too many ranged units. Dies through first attack one time. Yeah, it's not that bad. You need to make, like, take your first 5 archers and then take some slingers with them, like 6 or 7. Send them to clear out the lions while you set up the economy. And then after you're done with that, you should have some bows ready. Then you create a leather worker and switch some crossbow production. And you need to use like 2 portable shields and a ballista or a mangonel. Create 1 tower. Problem might be that I think you are not really destroying the stone stuff around your base, which might be good, because that could actually give you enough so that you can create a wall where you want it. Because if you try to use the initial stuff, it might be harder for you. It's not impossible, because I actually tried to set it up so that it's not useless, but it's always better if you can construct it yourself. You know how it is. Also, something else I wanted to note. Something pretty important. 3 Fletchers in that mission. Yeah, and also there are blockers. So there are these destroyed houses in places, and they block some construction sites, but they are usually set up so that you can still incorporate a lot of things without them being an issue. It just blocks the most efficient bakers or weapons workshops. So yeah, if you give it a shot again, I'm pretty sure you can handle it. It's just that it is hard, and the attacks are gonna get harder. One thing that's actually good, I think, is that's making it a little easier, is that the AI will try to set up its siege weapons by the entry point, and it will take it a while to get them to your stuff. So at least you have that. Okay, let's do this time. No more sneaky stuff. Still gonna use the cavalry. I think I'm gonna swing it around on the other side after we deal with the dragoons. What is this? Howitzers. Keep them. Mortars. Guard. Not get guard. Let's get militia. There. And go. And another unit. Infantry. Run them down. even try to really run them down with the cavalry. Use this infantry. This farm is really horrible for positioning, so I'm gonna just be in this field. Let's get an artillery unit there. Okay, they are just running. So again, just capture these areas. Militia, capture that. This will capture that. And the horsemen need to go in here. Artillery, keep it behind our infantry here. It's actually the precious ones, I think. So you shouldn't lose them if possible. It's pretty cool, they make siege at the signpost. Yeah, they do. They do. Forward. Oh yes. See how this goes. This mission is pretty rough. I might have to do other side mission first, which I really don't want to do. Because it's not gonna make me any stronger. Just tricky. They don't have... I think they actually have the advantage here. Even though the game really says they shouldn't. But might be just me. And if you have any suggestions to make that map better, I would be open for it. I can still edit it, so it's not a big deal to change it. Probably after you beat it, right? They should get the dragoons anytime. Gotta keep them in the forest just to minimize casualties. They have this. This is a very strong defensive position. Last time they actually, like before, they were using one of their units to just charge out at me. I would actually prefer that if that would happen now. Just shred them. Come on. Actually taking some damage. I suspect they have Napoleons at this point. Cannons. Seems like they are doing some damage. Come on. Yes. Charge them. Dragoons, we should be fine. And captured. Gonna swing around on this side with our cavalry. Keep this captured unit in here. And our units are gonna have to take it. It's just infantry, so replacing them is just few recruits, basically. That's fine. Also the militia. But still, need to be mindful. Stuff might happen. But let's try to flank around. I'm worried about their cavalry though, they are incredibly strong. So in a pitched fight between our cavalry and theirs, we are probably gonna lose. Okay, there is an attack. They're shooting some good canister. We shoot them? Yes. Be fine, let's get the general involved. I don't like wolves, lions in general, but seeing as there's not much to do other than clear out trees for farms, maybe that will work to be good mechanic, I'm sure. Yeah, at least there are no enemies. Because I know you said you didn't like when you start the map and there are enemies already. Especially because of the combat music. And the lions, they're actually not that bad. It's just if you neglect it, they will continuously awaken, but they are not aggressive from the start, so sort of works that way. Gives you something to do while you set up the economy. So I don't hate it. It is busy work though, basically. You are right. It could just not be there and it wouldn't really impact the map in any significant way, other than make it slightly less, how would you call it? Micro-intensive, maybe? This might be a problem, but militia is good at melee. Get the general involved. That's a lot of stuff. Maybe we can use this. Russian. Okay, there is their cavalry. Okay, okay. I'm gonna lose a bunch of my horsemen, I think. Really bad. Go into the forest. If we can fire at them from the forest, preferable. Oh, they have a whole unit in here. Just bypass them at this. Pursue them, just destroy that unit. Again. Make it not exist. Militia is fine, they are designed to take casualties. And yes, overrun this artillery, please. General, just keep that in line. Go after them to the corner. And artillery, yeah, let's overrun it. Advance, don't let them take positions in cover. And here, fine. Okay, destroy them completely. Don't let them recover. How is this doing? They have most of their stuff on this side now, so let's try to continuously whittle them down. It's taking a long time to overrun this artillery. They are gonna run all the way there, maybe. It's strange. I think they are doing poorly. Shooting our cavalry. Oh no, don't tell me they escape. Ah, what absolute freaks. Let's send this cavalry around. They escaped from the corner. How dare they? Maybe the cliffs where lions could be lower. You can see with the purpose space bars on them. Yeah, it's correct. I think I'd actually like to do that. Just lower them a little bit. Maybe even make some of them accessible and add like one more deposit on top of them. I also tried to make some of the quarry locations that you can only fit one quarry, so you need to progressively make them further away, and also in more lions, so I think that's better than just having a huge pile of stone that you can exploit for like 5 quarries. The iron isn't that plentiful, but there is plenty enough, I think. Okay, the cavalry is dead now. There is artillery is firing from here. It makes it a good target. Let's go there. In here, I'm not sure. I'm gonna just help out with this because they are incapable of dealing with this. Absolutely horrible at dealing with the artillery and melee, the infantry, which is really puzzling because they are pushing the cannons. Like, they shouldn't be able to do that against 2,000 men overrunning the location. Oh yes, they have something else. Well, oh yes, skirmishes. Okay, it's okay. 400. Oh. Might be slightly too much. I think my cavalry there is gonna rout because of that. It's a lot of firepower. Well, it's up to these guys again though. Yeah, I really like that. The closest stone deposit, I had to place it several tries so the quarry storage is closer to castle. Yeah, it's important. And you can have, I think, multiple oxes for each one, so that's also interesting. I like that. More labor intensive, right? Window taxes are really good. You also cannot make ale, so money is not gonna be like totally plentiful, which is good. The apple objective might be a little tedious, but there are the oases on the right side, so that's designed for apples basically, while you keep your wheat on the bigger river or swampy area on the left. At least that was the idea behind it. I'm sure you can Place the apples by the river, but probably not optimal. Move these guys up. Oh yeah, they are trying to go after my cavalry hard. Just pile together again. I'd like to destroy that. Okay, we destroy the cannon. And these guys there. Up a little bit into the forest. And the cavalry is gonna jump on them eventually, but I cannot do it yet. I think they lost a lot of men here. We did too, but this is militia. Somebody bought farmers and recruits, basically. Though I must say they were performing pretty well lately. Do we try to go in? I would say no. There was a 1100 unit around here, I think. They have the skirmishers still. I'm gonna try to advance with an infantry unit. I'm gonna take some shot to the face, but how it goes. Cannot make a cake without breaking a few eggs. Send in the cavalry. Now they have a target, so we can actually use the cavalry properly. Also whittle down the skirmishers, it's gonna be good. And let's head out. Captured this cavalry, dispose of that skirmishing unit. And infantry overrun this. Oh no, they are routing. Okay. What's that? They've secured the city, right. Move up. Where is my other cavalry? Yeah, right. Just go after him. I think I'm gonna advance a little bit. The muskets that I bought farmers are really not having a good range. Also cavalry is not taking shots to the face, I think. But still try to keep it fighting. That's a chunky artillery unit, needs to go. They have supplies there. I don't think they're gonna rout this, no matter what they do. Especially if they get shot like that. Oh, that's a problem though. We can finish the mission. I don't think we should just yet. Keep pushing. With the advantage, we can capture some extra cannon. They're gonna take some losses for sure, but what happens? Okay, let's go back with this. Not a great idea. This infantry recovered. Let's send it. Cannons are getting whittled down, that's good. Just deal with the freaking skirmishers. Do it. Why is it taking ages? Really shouldn't. That's fine. These guys dealt with that finally. Keep slapping that. Okay, now we can push again. Not too afraid of the losses. Now they are gonna receive some flanking fire finally. Let's continue pushing that. Go into the forest, get some cover. There's a slight problem. How's our artillery doing? pretty well. Infantry is about equal, slightly more KD. But this one is doing well. Cavalry, doing well. Just we took some losses. Inevitable. Cannot do without. Special missions like this, I couldn't even get my full core. Okay, let's overrun the skirmishers as well. Take position in that forest. Let's set it. Shift. Ammunition for that one. Put it to the corner. And general. Right. That's disposed of. Let's just take positions here. Wait until this breaks. Then we'll charge it. Hey Finn, welcome. How's the Excellent doing? It's going well. We managed to win fair few battles with some losses. This is one of them. So our militia is gonna take a beating, but that's how it goes. Somebody has to die. Might as well be the guys with diverse equipment and worse training. In the end, it's just about economy, isn't it? No, I have the same mod. The only thing that changed is the difficulty setting. I had to keep it at minimum, which doesn't really impact the game that much, but it's still insane. Like, the game is absolutely insane in total, and the mod makes it incredibly harder in terms of dealing with enemies, because my cavalry especially, it feels like I need triple the amount without any enemy units. So it's not impacting their stats. It feels like they are actually stat cheating still. But here we managed to win because we were supposed to have superiority and we do. It's still not an easy victory, and these losses on the cavalry, I lost a third of them in this battle. It's horrible, and I avoided sending them into musket fire and it still happened. Not very cash money. Send this back. Just drive them off, come on. Surrender. Why is this cavalry breaking off? Destroy it, please. Make it happen. I have a general still. Why they are keeping their ranks organized still. I have to kill him. Yeah, let's go into the corner. Are the numbers of units different to the number of models? Yes. You can see that this is supposed to be 400 units, but it's 80. So it's for each 10 soldiers in the unit you get one model. And it's different for cavalry and different for artillery, different for infantry. Depends which unit are we speaking about. But I don't notice the numbers. It just feels like it's 1 for 10 usually. I might be off. Bring up the artillery. It's not gonna be too useful because this is gonna wrap up pretty soon, but we'll need to do it. Take the cavalry. Horrendous at fighting the infantry, but I'm still gonna do it. Finish this quicker, I think. Oh, supply wagons. Greed. Striking again. We need to capture them. We need the prisoners. There's gonna be some free militia refill from the prisoners from the wagons. I'm going to disable shooting so we don't kill any. advance in their face. Yeah, they're getting pretty desperate. They're actually bugging out. Okay. It's actually melee. Got a good volley on them though. Supplies, good. And the cavalry here. Now they can shoot, and supplies. Send them back so they don't recapture it. What's happening? Just brought me here for some reason. Let's push to the edge of the forest so they didn't get the cover. I'd like to pounce on this, I really would. But my condition on the cavalry is really bad. They'll probably take a lot of losses if I do that. We should probably just let them break their teeth on us. Get out. It's a good opportunity to try it. They should have recovered a little bit. Pursue them. Come on. You can do it. Oh, no, you can't. They're already triggering enemies on them. Let's run back. Cannot afford to do that. But now we have vision on them at least, so artillery should be pounding them pretty well. And circle. They are trying a desperate charge. It's charging the infantry. It might actually work. No, they immediately broke. And they surrendered. That's great. Try to get a surrender out of these. It's not gonna happen. So stubborn. Okay, they surrendered. Good. So we lost 1900. That's definitely not good. But overall not bad. We didn't lose any guns, they did. Cavalry, we lost quite a bit. And they are also missing some people, so good. Officers, fine. Guns. They only had 12 pounders. Okay, side mission done. Juicy money. This is infantry, so it's just rookies. We also have named the divisions, or divisions, brigades. So if you'd like to have a brigade named after you, you can redeem, put me in the game, and we can do that. You would have to come up with a name though, or you can put your name on it. Because usually it has a name of the commander on it. So if we do rookies, you'll lose the level up. Just do... If we do veterans, how much would it cost? 19,000? I'm gonna do it. And then what is this? Infantry. Do marksmanship. Cavalry. Their best thing. Cavalry training, of course. Veteran. Yeah, it's expensive to get these guys up when they take losses. It's important we do it. This unit of howitzers is going to another level up. Gunnery training. Or accuracy. Gunnery training. Another infantry division or brigade. Recruits is fine, they will still keep this. Marksmanship, cavalry. This one is almost leveled up, but I'm gonna just pile recruits on it. I cannot afford to level up everyone as I would like. Army organization, okay, let's do it. It's gonna mean that I'm gonna have to pile in a lot of money into my units. How much is it? 22,000. Okay, strip off the band-aid. Super cheese. 3000. I'm gonna give him some rookies, I guess. Cavalry cannot be increased. I could actually disbanding unit will return its recruits and its weapons back to their pools. But it is a 3rd star unit, but it's not having the best of things. I don't think. I should just get rid of them. We won't get any money though. Only these things. Fine. Unfortunately, this one will want these guys as well. Let's take a look at weapons. Skirmish weapons. I'm gonna sell the sharps. Pretty terrible. Sort of, yeah. Sort of. And Cook and Brother is terrible weapon. Sell it. And artillery is 6 pounders, just get rid of them. Gain us some extra money. Sharpshooters. Fine. Guys don't need anything. Guard. These guys are not actually that experienced, I'm just gonna give them recruits. Yeah, militia, that's totally recruit territory. Infantry as well. Guard, it's the new one. But they have Enfields, so we should make sure they don't die unnecessarily. And what else? Actually, I have the first level up of our core. Speed, D, or ammunition. Ammunition is actually good, but the XP is better. Do we do the 2nd core as well immediately? Let's do the rookies. Still have some Springfields. Fine. Okay. Managed to get our army up. Now we have 50,000, 19,000 recruits. Probably should expand our course, but I really don't want to yet. We have some side missions to complete first, so hopefully we'll gain some weapons there. Not many losses. We are currently regrouping our forces after Battle of First Winchester and seek for an opportunity to counterattack. Unfortunately, we have suffered severe casualties and we are unable to advance more aggressively. I'm confident we can defeat Marek if we receive more support from you. I respectfully inform you that President Lincoln is highly concerned about the advance of Marek towards Washington. My command consisted of 2,700 trained soldiers who have been ordered to reinforce your army. It's not actually too bad. Fourth Republic. Must attack destroy Union force. Battle, defeat the Federalists to force their retreat from the valley. I don't actually know which one of these is easiest. Oh yes, this is a mission that actually doesn't use our own units, so that we should do that one because it's just gonna be militia, which means free stuff. If they die, and even if they don't die, we get the reward. Somehow I have my units. I'm so misguided, like, I always think like, yeah, this is the mission where you don't get to waste your own units. But I'm always wrong. There are some missions like that, but this one clearly isn't one of them. I'm so bad. Federal brigades come into line and soon will attack your position. Well, at least it's defense. Oh yeah, this one can be cruel, I think. But it's defensive things, so you shouldn't really get concerned. Okay, we need to defend both points. That's gonna be a little painful. I'm gonna want my experienced units not to take too much damage. So how do we split this up? First of all, cavalry. It is going to be pretty useful. But we shouldn't keep units, I don't think, because we only can have 10 brigades here. So we need to decide. So first of all, let's get rid of that. Get the snipers here. I think I'm gonna want the snipers. Maybe not. Maybe instead just get the cavalry. Yeah, this is... But they have 2 stars already. Do we have any units that have 1 star? Yes, we do. Militia and guard. This is the one with Enfields. Keep it on the flank then, so it doesn't take overwhelming damage. First guard, super cheese. I'm gonna keep him here. Gonna do well. Infantry, yeah. Gonna have 2 there. Forest is not happening. Infantry. Yeah. Morris can be there. Flash kits will be here. Yeah, another infantry. Seems good. Unfortunately, our ammunition is gonna get depleted soon. We only have 1 supply wagon. Cannot get more. Stop the game. Try to organize some sort of defense. So these guys gonna take positions here. Surround them there. Militia as well. Actually, I would like guys to be there. Can actually fit this unit entirely here if possible. We do have guard, so let's keep it as a backup. The howitzers here. Infantry, keep it here. Here and here. These howitzers I'm gonna keep there. General ammunition. Another militia. Yes, send it. Yes, I've sent it here. Just do it. And then cavalry. I'm gonna have to swing around with it, but I'm not sure if you should do it right away. Maybe just hide it in this forest for now. See what happens. Because initially they will for sure defend their artillery, but as they commit units, they might forget or not care about it. So let's get guard here initially. No, don't do stupid things. Here, you need to be more in the back. We'll hold. Also hold. Keep this as a reserve of sorts. Could actually keep it there in this forest for now. I think that's fine. Their skirmishers are here. We should take a lot of damage. I'd like this to be more in the back, I think. Can you do it? Move forward slightly with the howitzers. Okay, infantry. I'm getting shelled now. Okay. Still worried. Cannot send my cavalry around just yet, I don't think. Should see some proper brigades soon. There is some noise of charging over there. Is it here? Yes. And these guys over. Infantry spotted. Makes me want to play Empire Total War again. It shouldn't. You should play this instead. Even though I think you played it with mods, which might make have some redeeming factors. But I take this game over Empire Total War any day, I think. Empire Total War really feels like unfinished Napoleon to me. Napoleon Total War, it is. I might be off. Another charge. They are just desperately trying. Do we try to pursue? I don't think so. Let's just Hide in the forest. They've taken some losses. Should take that small victory and run with that. Main force is advancing. Let's keep our commander here. My opponent feels like Empire with less features. Still leaking, no? Does it? Possible. I never really was into these two titles that much from all the Total Wars there are. I'm sure you see as a heresy, but I like most of the war games I've played. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think they have better rifles than we do. What is that unit? It's our first guard. We should be doing fine. We'll do some Mississippi rifles, but let's move the howitzers. It's cool. Not a hardliner. Good. You don't get triggered like me when talking about Caesar and somebody is misguided. I think that's a healthy approach to life in general. There might be another infantry unit around here. I'm gonna have to be a little careful, but I really want this flank. And this. Is it gonna happen? They are sending the infantry out of the woods. Let's not overextend here. That would be terrible. That's our guard with Enfields. We cannot lose them. Can you canister shot this? Maybe. But it's our militia. Militia is good at melee. Keep them in line with the general. It's a lot of enemies. We need canister. We need it badly. Come on, canister shot it. Can do it. Yes, he's an this Pharaoh. It's all the same, right? You know how to pull on my strings. Enemy skirmishers. I don't like that. They'll probably go after my supply. And the militia is running off. Okay. More canister. Just do it. Don't do it. Don't snatch it. Freaks. Okay. Run back. There is a possibility we'll shoot our own supply people. As you might imagine is pretty bad. This line is doing fine. I just need to hold this better, which means I'm gonna send one of these infantry units here. Go back. I'm also losing some crew here, which is not good. This is precious cannon. I cannot get more. Not easily, at least. Yeah, smash that skirmisher unit. Grab that, don't shoot my own guys. So are we doing any damage with this? Not yet. Okay. Grab it. One good canister. Let's go back. Okay, that is surrendered. Fire again. Skirmishers, they are persisting. I need to get this unit out of danger. Cannot justify its loss. Destroy the skirmishers, just please do it. Okay, we've done it. Congrats. Let's move up. Gonna be some vicious stuff fighting here. They are taking a beating though. We are as well, but... Oh, this is actually bad. This is a 2-star unit. I'm already regretting putting it there. Like getting shot to pieces from multiple angles. Horrible. Let's go into the field. Get this cavalry to the flank. I'd like them to not overextend if possible. can still canister shoot them from there. Don't do it. Don't pursue. Movie general. These guys should really not be doing too well. Yeah, they're getting absolutely shredded. Would you say this game has advanced AI? Well, it is fairly advanced for what I'm used to. The AI can actually behave pretty well. It depends though, sometimes it does pretty stupid stuff, as is the case with most AIs in most strategy games. But overall, it can be incredibly annoying. If it gets access to skirmishers or cavalry, it will just pester you to death. Just run, come on, you can do it, just hide in the rainforest and never come back again while this infantry unit is there. Getting pushed out. Slightly. I don't like that. He already killed almost 1,000 with the artillery there alone, because it's a great cannon unit. Okay. Let's take that canister shot to the face, but we'll destroy this unit. One of the features advertised, is it? There's a lot of losses. Didn't like that one bit. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. I like the AI. I mean, it can be pretty annoying. Must have taken them some time to develop for sure. Definitely better than some of the Total War AIs. But sometimes it does a really poor job protecting its artillery, because it tends to commit a lot of its infantry and never keep guards once the battle progresses to a certain point. But at the beginning stage and mid stage of the battle, they can usually pester you with infantry and drive you off. So we need to really wait, because cavalry can shine later in the battle, but early it's just gonna get shredded. Open world stealth action game? That's a waste of talent if I ever saw one, just why? They're better of grim news. Not things anymore. Try to get that supply. Is this routing or... No, this might be protecting their artillery. I think this is fine. We lost quite a few men. But it's what happens. It's what happens. This side is doing pretty well. The cannons are shit though. On that side at least. Let's hide the supplies. Look at the cavalry. Yeah, the infantry is just trying to be as obnoxious as possible. Let's just go in this forest. Maybe we are gonna be able to hide in there. Need to destroy their artillery. And I have to say, this field isn't really that great. So let's just go back into this forest, into its lovely, safe embrace, and take pot shots from there. Okay, let's send the cavalry. I hope they don't have their own cavalry, because it is absolutely broken, so it will absolutely destroy me if they do. What about this? There's a standoff, it's fine, we can shoot them with the artillery. They think they have to... Oh, no, 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 I don't like what I see here. They are trying to save their cheeky little artillery unit. Let's go in and snag it. Do not use withdraw command? Never, ever have I used one, I don't think. Maybe why I'm losing so badly in some battle. Especially on the cavalry. Should try it. What's the hotkey for it? G. Okay. G of all things. They are advancing. Now we can actually flank fire them again, I think. That's bad. Let's try to go towards this direction. Maybe even that. Might still be able to inflict some casualties, just a problem. Obviously. Are we still doing well? I think so. Okay, they managed to avoid getting completely destroyed. Thanks to that. Maybe we try to flip it on this side. Might work. There is another artillery unit. Oh, I like what I see here. If there is no infantry. Which there very well might be, since they had routing things. Fall back. Is this fall back? Withdraw. It's called withdraw. It's fall back, it's F. Right. Yeah, well, I never used it, I don't think. It might be situationally useful. Come on. Nope them. Fighting from the forest again, that's not great, obviously. I'd like to overrun this, but it just takes such a long time that the infantry is probably gonna catch up with me. It means I'm gonna have to go. And I'm still gas to run back, and they get Waller in the back. Yeah, they do. They do. Treasured tradition of my army. Little volley to the back never killed anyone, right? Obviously it's horrendous to do things like that, but another button. I'm not a fan of buttons. They walk backwards facing the enemy so they don't eat the rear penalty. Oh, okay. Interesting. Might be useful. I still think I'm gonna scrap this though. I'm just gonna stick to my old misguided ways. This unit was just completely shredded. That was fun. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bother. I'm not used to it, so I'm gonna like forget about it a lot if I try to use it and neglect other things, most likely. Prisoners if you could secure backline. Wait, and go to order in reverse, yeah. I'm just swing around. This infantry is hunting me. Absolutely hunting me. I could overrun this, I think. But I really don't want to engage that position. Okay, just run into this forest, hide. Fine. We at least inflicted some damage on their artillery. It's not like great, but managed to kill some of them off. Yeah, let's go into the forest. Let's hope their infantry actually bugs off. And yes, this paid off. The forest is definitely helping more now. Have a lot of smaller brigades in there. Yeah, let's go in here. I'm pretty sure the infantry is somewhere over here now. I'm gonna run into it and die. I think it's gonna happen. They also saw me in there, which is troubling. Okay, let's just stay here for a little while. Recover. This is so many losses. I managed to kill off a lot of them, but still, it's not gonna be easy to recover this. With our artillery, 1700 kills. Okay, we are just victorious. We lost 1600. That's not that bad. We lost some guns. It's a bummer I wasn't able to destroy the artillery. It really bugs me. Managed to capture some Napoleons. Yes, it is a victory, but at what cost? We missed an opportunity to gain some Josh. That's the worst. Let's get politics. I maybe should get medicine, but politics is just generally better, I believe. Can we get Gatling guns? No. There are no Gatling guns. There are only 20-pounder Sparrows and 24-pounder howitzers. But there are scoped Whitworth rifles I'm actually using, but I'm so worried about my snipers, so I don't want to expose them in any unnecessary engagements. They are very fragile. Recover our losses. Oh, this one is gonna be expensive. How much is it? 35,000. If we do rookies, yeah, it would scrap their skill.
Sir, yes, sir!
We also are missing a commander of our cavalry. It's actually the good unit. I should probably invest into a brigadier general. It's gonna be good because eventually we can use him for other things as well. Veterans, I'm just gonna invest into that. Again, it hurts, but it's sort of necessary. What about these guys? They're very close to a level up. Do it. This unit, the guard unit, gonna have to do expensive things. We have 13 favor. I'm gonna probably save it up. Maybe we can grab money or recruits after. Enfields would be pretty good as well. Oh, no. You see this? This is what we need. Whitworth. Was it 150 extra guns? Yeah, that's gonna buff my guys here quite a bit. 411 snipers. You can only have 500 in a skirmish unit. These are gonna be beasts. They also have a level up already. But you'll need to use them in a battle to get them some more level ups. Okay, do we invest money into our second core now? Do we have any gear? There's some Springfields. Could get a cavalry in it as well. And 12-pounder, yeah, let's do it. Beef up the second core. How many howitzers? So 6 unit. 12-pounder. Cool. And the first core, actually, where do we have the Napoleons? Here. We have 8 of them in storage. So
Yes,
let's
sir.
put them to use. And then another cavalry. Gonna be 51. Almato, full force. And then infantry. I would really like to do militia, but we should just do infantry. So which one is it? 8th? It's gonna cost some money. Fine. So overall now we have 20,000 soldiers in the first corps, 17,000 soldiers in the second, but it has 107 guns, while the first one only has 58. Because the first one has better guns. And we cannot really get an upgrade on these. We don't have any other better ones in storage. So do we do another brigade? I don't think so. Just take a look at the final side map. We're currently regrouping our forces after Battle of Cross Keys and seek for an opportunity to counterattack Marek. Unfortunately, we have suffered severe casualties and we are unable to advance more aggressively. I'm confident that we can defeat Marek if we receive more support from you. General, I respectfully inform you that President Lincoln is highly concerned about the advance of Marek towards Washington. My command consisted of 6,900 trained soldiers has been ordered to reinforce your army. Okay. Yeah, they are growing. That's not good. Fourth Republic, I don't remember this one at all. I think I'll probably do it next time because we have streamed for 6.5 hours today, but we managed to get some pretty good progress. Unfortunately, these battles, especially against Mill, is like 2-hour battle, maybe more, so that's totally not happening today. And this might be an hour or something. So next time, we'll be focusing on that. And I'm going to take a look if there is somebody we could raid. Like Baron is playing some Crusader Kings again. Raid Baron. Extra salt crystals for you, and farewell.
Yeah, the lack of content has been a bit sad. Alright. We still have a lot of vassals we need to sort of put under new management. I guess you could be our Jarl of Cumbria? Oh, but then I would hand over... Okay, well, let's do this manually then. And we're gonna give you a guy who's in Dunholm. No? There is. And the person in Northumberland. Where are you, Northumberland? There he is. Okay.